7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Martin has made an observation, Doug, that Jackson is all slicked up today. Kind of like Pat Riley. Was that like the Lakers series? 86?
Well, I think so. You do have your hair kind of slicked back. You got a nice new top.
This is new. But thank you. I appreciate it.
TMA top available, tmasttlshop.com.
Darn tootin'.
Interview today, buddy.
Too. Yeah, you got to. You're in the final interview with, was it The Score in Chicago?
I'm wearing a quarter zip, a T-shirt, and athletic shorts. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm dressed to the nines.
Well, maybe the standard is low.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Low.
Well, I usually wear a ball cap.
Dan Orlovsky is currently on our television monitor wearing a suit with tennis shoes, and that infuriates Jackson, Martin.
I think it's like some sort of corporate edict over in Bristol that, like, if you are on the air and your feet are going to be shown and you're in a suit, you have to be wearing sneakers.
It says, I'm an athlete, but I have to get dressed up right now.
Right, and I've never thought it's a very good look.
Well, I might just throw a pass at any moment.
Like, you can wear sneakers anywhere nowadays, which I think is great. Like, you can always wear tennis shoes. But, like, the one time you can wear, like, really nice dress shoes when you wear a suit.
Yes, I agree.
So do it.
Doug, do you mind sneakers as a description of...
I don't care for it.
You say tennis shoes?
Tennis shoes, yeah.
Tennis shoes is a Midwest thing.
Yeah, my East Coast mother probably indoctrinated me onto
Coastal
the sneaker.
Elites. I'm so tired of it. Do you hate Coastal Elites? 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service. Text inbox. Call in. Thursdays have historically been for phone calls. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And, of course, friends have already gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Terry Donovan shaking hand is talking to John Cusick and Kevin at the Lake and AM and John Scores and Jeremy Hodge and Illini, Greg in Green Bay and Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter and MD 2020 and the TMA remote lamp and Jake Reynolds, Doug. And TMA remote lamp says, thank you, boys, for all you do to brighten out bar days. Take care of yourselves and each other. Look at that.
Is there a butt in there somewhere?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Period.
Well, thank yous. Thank yous.
I completely agree with Jackson. The only time sneakers are allowed with suits are for college coaches during Dickie V week. It's from the 618.
Well,
Yeah. Is that not Jimmy V week that they do that?
I think you're right. Jimmy V.
Jimmy V.
Yeah, Dickie V, Jimmy V. Now they're all fighting the same fight. I think the shoe that had the white sole that was kind of a dress shoe, kind of looked like a golf.
It's a Cole Haan.
Kind of looked like a golf shoe.
I have two pairs.
That became really popular, and I think it opened the door
Yeah.
for then the tennis shoe to kind of slide in there.
Right.
Or sneaker.
Or Keds. For a while, we called them Keds. Remember that?
That was a brand, wasn't it?
Jackson just stared at you with intense anger when you said that. This guy, there's a wide delta on this. I've already been on the receiving end of it this morning.
He's standing and he's looking down on all of us. What's wrong with Keds? You're laughing at the brand.
No,
He's laughing at the old. That's what he's doing, and I know it, and I am not going to let him do it, Doug. That's what he's doing. That's what it is.
You said Keds, but that's a brand, isn't it? It's like in the
yeah, so is Kleenex, but we call them Kleenex.
That's a world-class point, but I equate it more to, in the South, they call every soda a Coke. And I have
that's correct.
An orange Coke or something.
What does Chuckles Marlowe call a soda, Martin? See how well you know your coworkers.
Pop?
Yes.
Right.
And that's an upper Midwest thing, I believe.
Yeah.
What about on the East Coast? What do they call a carbonated beverage that has so much return on investment for your nutrition?
I think soda.
I think you're right on that.
I think it's soda, like
Coke in the South.
Right. Like, but a certain, like, SEC country of the South. I think they just call everything a Coke. And so that's what I equate to, like, calling any
not the SEC country of the South?
What? What is not the SEC country of the South?
That's correct. Delay tactic.
I would say anything east of Texas, south of Tennessee.
Hold on.
What the hell?
East of Texas.
Yeah, east of Texas.
That would be all of the SEC, wouldn't it?
No, Missouri's not east of Texas and south of Tennessee.
Yeah, but so the original non-South, what was your phrase that got us sideways? What did he say? The South that was non-SEC?
Yes, and I said, well, what part of the South is not SEC?
And so you said east of Texas. That would
what I meant to say is a certain part of the South in the SEC. My apologies.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
But you know what? The coastal elites don't like us, and really the SEC elites don't like us.
I know.
We don't have a whole lot left.
Man without a country.
But they like us when they sit down to eat. Our farmers feed the country.
Oh, nice.
You're a regular Paul Harvey.
Mm-hmm. We call it soda here, right? Everybody's
right.
pretty much soda. I kind of like sody. I'm going to have a sody.
Did you start that when they joined the SEC? Is that when you started doing that?
Sody?
Feels like a sody when it's an actual soda jerk mixing up the syrup and everything.
Yeah.
Jackson's having a horrific show.
Oh, wow. It's 5 minutes in.
Kwame Boyukas IV. I believe that's who it is.
Oh, it can only
They're
go-
really coming in fast and furious already. In areas where Friday night lights are a real thing, it's called Coke. That's from Alan Dadeville. Just flex Clemson to Friday night exclusively. That's from Alan Dadeville. And he wants to see Dabo coach
Yeah.
solely on Friday nights. That was one of Jackson's takes yesterday. And I was whispering into the mic like I was a producer in an IFB. Martin, abandon the take. And the man never would abandon the take. He just doubled down and doubled down and doubled down.
Somebody tweeted or X'd me, whatever, and said, I'm with Papers. In fact, move some games to Thursday night.
Wow.
No.
He took your bad take and one-upped it.
Well, that right there I disagree with, but I'm out on Thursdays. Thursday, you want to avoid the NFL. I can't reason around that.
Now, on this Coke controversy,
Sure.
Coca-Cola's headquartered in Atlanta.
Aye.
I wonder if for years that's all you could get in the South.
No, is that right?
Was
No
a
Pepsi?
Was a Coca-Cola.
What about Dr. Pepper?
So I wonder if that's why they call it a Coke.
What about sarsaparilla?
Well, these things all exist, but I'm saying because Coke was founded and headquartered in Atlanta, I suppose that's why everything is a Coke.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Is that what it
That's
says?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we got past that.
I think down there, Coke is for breakfast, lunch. And if they're not boozing down there, if you're real religious, you're probably drinking a lot of Coke as your substitute for booze, too.
If you're not boozing, it's hard to find a good drink at a party or a bar.
That's changing, Doug.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So what do you get?
The mocktail, the line of mocktails is becoming ever more
Mocktails?
prevalent. Yeah.
Well,
Now, what's in there?
Well, it's just like a cocktail without the alcohol, and the non-alcoholic section of beer lists are growing. It used to just be like you get one NA at best.
Oh, and old doodles.
And no duels, but
I
now,
did have I had a non-alcoholic Budweiser the other night at the brewery thing with the blues. It tasted like beer without the
Right.
alcohol. Yeah,
Right.
it was all right.
I'll tell you what, the best one going is Michelob Ultra Zero.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they've expanded the options in that department because a lot of people have chose not to drink.
Don't drink as much as they used to.
Right.
Jackie needs some caffeine. He's still asleep. That's from Jackson's brother, Charcoal. Michelob Ultra YouTube. Do you have a brother named Charcoal?
I assume that's because my last name is Burkett. But
Nice.
yeah.
Doug, I bet you like that because that was folksy.
Hey, a good nickname for you.
Charcoal.
Hochi Charcoal Burkett.
Acasio.
I'm out.
Oh, gosh.
And you're still updating names, right? We're fresh into the month here. Fresh
Yeah,
into the
day
first
2,
week.
Martin. Still a lot of days to text in. If you don't have
He
a
hates
text
us.
inbox name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and I'm looking at, I guess I see about 15 texts that were all sent since 7:07, and it is 7:08. And I would say, let's see, 3 of them don't have names. It's highly unlikely that you get read if you don't have a name. It's highly unlikely. So just text Jackson and say, hey, Mr. Burkett, DBA Charcoal?
No. God, please no.
I would like my name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox to be, and then now you have been baptized. Then Jackson will put it right in there.
And they don't have to all be weird or clever names. You could just say, hi, it's Fred.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Sometimes the simple ones I think are funnier.
Please read me.
Like I always thought Don Hoffman was a great text name. Or the petite gentleman.
Let's see. Wedding Tackle says if you're single and you go to a bar and drink mocktails, your perv rating hits an ultimate high. Like there's a perv rating? And they have Jackson, is there a perv rating at bars now?
Should be.
And it's guys drinking mocktails as single men?
I think the term mocktail is not helping anybody, you know? Like if you just called it like some fruit, I'm having some fruit punch, I think that would be better because that's essentially what it is.
Does
Which is fine.
mocktail sound fancy or sissy?
Like childish.
Okay.
Like I've had to order cranberry juice a few times, and it's
Right.
good, but you feel kind of like a ninny going up. Give me a cranberry juice, please.
And then, like in Departed, then you take a glass and smash it right over their head when they start talking that crap on you.
Yeah. And then people will say, "What? You're not drinking? You're not having any fun? You're no fun. Why aren't you drinking? Where's
Do
your
you really have
alcohol?"
people like Cage Your Balls?
Yeah,
Really?
for sure. Yeah.
Really? That's honestly surprising
Oh
to
yeah,
me.
it concerns some people if you're not drinking.
I feel like when you're younger,
Really?
everybody does it when you're younger.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong, Bob? Have another shot. And you get older, you also sort of guess some people may have given up drinking.
Yeah, that's
for a
the reason.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think when you get past 40, for sure, if somebody says, "Oh, I'll have a Diet Coke," "Oh, we're all having martinis," you don't say a word.
Right.
That's
you would
weird.
think. Oh yeah, I still hear it.
God, I got to tell you, it surprises me.
Why aren't you drinking?
jackasses you hanging out with?
You should just say, "Well, I just had a liver transplant. You used to drink a keg a day."
Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, email in, and then open up the YouTube app and type in TMA STL. And now you're in there with 131 TMA listeners and talking it over here. Jackson shot me a look of death, Martin, before the program because we had an agreement that he would watch 2 episodes at a minimum of The Hunting Wives. In exchange, I would appear on the critically acclaimed Movie Boy, which just released a 2.5-hour podcast yesterday, a rare
Holy shit.
midweek edition.
Midweek drop.
Yeah, midweek drop. What a treat for the listeners.
Who's on the show? Gareth?
Yeah, it's me and Gareth. On this episode.
Martin's
Why is it so
disappointed.
frustrating?
Well, I know.
My podcast.
Well, you can do whatever you want, but I thought he was like a special guest, and I believe now he's been on 3 out of 7.
Yeah, he does the work. I want someone to talk
Well,
to.
is he your
It's hard to
co-host?
solo pod. I have all these funny quips, and no one's there to giggle at them.
To giggle. Will Gareth giggle?
Oh, yeah. If he wants to keep coming on, he'll giggle.
He's got the Ed McMahon vibe
He does
down.
have that.
Yeah.
Does he get paid for this?
Oh, well.
Oh gosh.
In love.
I don't know if we
paid
have
in love.
do we have time, Chairman Kurt? I'm sorry, but at some point, if there's any way to do a deep dive, I would love a good Gareth giggle
One of Jackson's,
for us.
So let
some
me
of
get this
Jackson's
straight.
Carlin-like material.
You want me to step out and go listen to 2.5 hours of Movie Boy?
No,
Yeah,
wait,
well,
wait,
twice maybe,
So
just to make sure.
Whenever you get the chance.
Yeah, I don't have anything going on.
When I order a mocktail, I also order a kids menu. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Calvin Webster Groves.
That's what it feels like.
Get this nerd a word count. That's from the 314. And now people want Jackson to be on a word count on Movie Boy.
Probably not the worst idea I've ever heard.
So right before the program, I said to Papers, I said, hey, did you watch the agreed upon 2 episodes of The Hunting Wives, which I just completed a couple of nights ago with my wife. And I said on the program, I think, Martin, this was during the onboarding hour, I said, I can't help but tell you how awful it is, but at the same time, I recommend watching it, not just because of the Sapphos, but somehow it's so bad, I find it to be good, but good in a way that you can't necessarily explain. You just can't stop watching the program. And considering Jackson's sophisticated Horton Watkins palate, I could not wait for him to ingest this content. Now it is time for his review, and my suspicion is he's angry as a hornet because he shot me a look when I asked if he watched The Hunting Wives last night. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Jackson Burkett. Do not call him charcoal.
The look I shot you wasn't intended to be like of anger or anything. I just wanted to really emphasize, I watched it. And I'll leave most of my review for the special edition Movie Boy podcast.
Yeah, that was the terms. I would appear on Movie Boy.
Yeah.
Gareth has to be furious.
Yeah, punching air.
And 20 minutes of an appearance on Movie Boy.
Yes, 20 minutes. Special. It's a featurette. And so what I'll just say is that it reminds me a lot of the trashy mystery novels I read.
Yeah.
Except if you turned up the
Trash.
trash and desire about 80%. There's a thing in Raiders of the Lost Ark where every 12 minutes they wanted there to be like action to keep people involved.
Is that right?
Yeah, keep people into it, make it entertaining, almost like a roller coaster ride.
Huh.
And this show has the same thing except with sexual angst.
Nice. That's not a bad strategy.
Yeah, I
You're
think-
talking about this show?
Yeah, Hunting Wives.
Oh, I thought you were talking about TMA.
Both.
It seems to me that a single gentleman at your age ought to be living the lifestyle of a trashy novel instead of reading about it.
Doug just cucked you.
Come on, Shark.
Shark.
I enjoy the lifestyle I lead. I don't want to lead the lifestyle these folks are living. I'm telling you that right now.
But if ever there's a time in your life when that window is open, this should be
This is it, baby. This is it. This is your time.
I just
For the
don't-
rest of us, it's all over.
No, it's not. I don't want to live like they do in Hunting Wives.
Is there a theme?
Everyone's lying about what they are.
Is there a murder? Is there a mystery? Is there a
yes.
backstory?
Yeah,
Okay.
Indeed.
yeah.
It's kind of lean,
half baked.
half baked.
How many episodes did you watch?
2.
And you said, I can't go again?
It was late. I get why people would hit next episode. It's just like a mystery novel. They do a good job of the last page of a chapter being like, "Ooh, what's coming next?"
Flip that off.
So I get why people watch the whole thing. It's just the middle part is just brutal. But we'll talk more about it on Movie Boy today.
It can't be worse than Golden Bachelor that I'm watching.
I thought you loved it.
Well, I watch it for sure, but
You hate watching. You hate watch.
God, the women are now crying when they get the single date. Oh my God, this is my man. Last night, a couple of women from a previous show came to visit the current gals to offer suggestions and hints, and they brought them each a present of a vibrator. It feels like the show has kind of jumped the shark.
Now, was it under the guise of being a Hitachi magic wand for back massages?
Sort of, but they figured it out.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Have you ever seen Love is Blind, Doug?
No.
That's one of those Netflix shows where they don't meet, but they're behind a wall and they converse. And
Oh, yeah, I
try
got-
to
maybe I
find
have
love
seen
without seeing
a
the
little
person.
bit of that.
Well, they recently did like a St. Louis casting call.
Yeah.
I applied.
Oh, did you really? Mm-hmm. When will you hear something?
I don't know. They didn't really put out a date, but I'm hoping to hear something. I would do that for sure.
Would you go on The Bachelor?
I don't think I'm cut from bachelor cloth.
I don't know. Don't sell yourself short.
Have there been 5'8", 280-pound bachelors?
You don't weigh 280.
No.
But probably. There's probably been guys your size, yeah. I don't know. I don't have the height and weight on everyone that's been on there.
Well, get back to me.
Chairman's on a mission right now. He's getting lean and mean.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call it? A hard 75?
Yeah, flip-flop that 75 hard.
Okay. Yeah. 75. Maybe I'm dyslexic.
Don't do Fox.
75 hard. Yeah, I read where Garner Kurt is doing a big health kick.
Garner Kurt.
He's doing a big health thing.
Hey, papers, we had the Papal Conclave yesterday for the September TMA Listener of the Month. Martin, you had to get like a phone call to be reminded to vote. Is that the way that this works?
I immediately did it this time.
How about
because
that?
I always forget. Did I not? Was I the first to respond?
It doesn't tell
you
me
don't
like
know,
who,
okay.
but I did get. Everyone responded, which was I appreciate it.
Here is the
winner.
announcement for the September Listener of the Month.
Did Gareth get a vote?
This guy's been hard at. He's been on the ballot a few times. Just hasn't gotten the win, but finally gets one this time.
Tory Holt.
MD 2020.
MD 2020, who I believe
Congratulations.
might be present right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
He's always in the YouTube chat. He's the kind of person who maybe doesn't like, isn't a headline listener. Like, is it making like a whole segment
Look at
about
some of our headline listeners.
Well, like
We don't have any.
well, Caller Ellen, like for a whole
Caller Adam,
segment was
okay.
Caller Ellen for a whole segment was a part. That was a headline moment in the show. MD 2020 rarely that, but always there.
Doesn't call in. So you could be listener of the month without calling in.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm just telling the audience.
Oh, yeah.
I know you know that. I know that you know that.
Reminiscent.
Well, they're celebrating right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Are they
chat.
really?
Should be.
Yeah, because it's one of their own. There's a little tension, I think, between the texters and the YouTube chatters.
He says he's truly honored.
I'm truly honored.
Lex Luthor wants to know if he's a headline listener, Jackson.
Lex Luthor, no,
boy.
probably not. But callers get that, like that when you call in, like you become
So Pastis is a headline listener.
some days, big headline listener.
He's kind of disappeared after the 95 win
Well,
projection.
he's Chairman Colonel let me know he's on the line.
Oh,
We've been so busy.
terribly busy.
So much.
Right.
So much.
Speaking of which, Doug, if you take a look at the Stiefel dossier today, the first topic is Kellen DeBoer with a message to Alabama fans ahead of the Vanderbilt game. So that gives you an idea.
That's our lead story.
Do I have that in first? Oops.
That's the lead story.
Well,
That gives you an indication of Martin just how busy the program
what
is.
locally happened, you know?
Well, maybe we should have sucked up to all those athletes like Mo suggested.
What the hell was that?
Arnotto joins us next a little later. Goldie, before a big game
He goes,
3,
this
calls
is,
in.
This is all off the air. He goes, well, you guys aren't going to be critical of them because you need them for your show. And I go, I got to tell you, we hadn't even started the interview. I go, that's just not true. Is that our show anyway? At the very least, and I don't think most show, like what Cardinal players are coming on any show in time. I mean, maybe it's going on. Got to be honest with you, I don't get a chance to listen, but like, who cares? For real, like who wants to hear from athletes? And listen, I would if we're talking without a microphone, but when there's a microphone in front of them, they're doing the right thing by going Derek Jeter, which is saying nothing.
That's why former athletes are typically the guest.
100%.
That's why you always have a former Cardinal or a former whatever,
Exactly
because
right.
they don't care.
Right.
They don't
or
work
an
for
athlete
anybody.
like we had with Kachuk when he was winding down his career, Martin, or Edmonds, when they had made so much money and they had the equity that they're like, F it, we're going to say whatever. Otherwise, if you get a guy who's still kind of grinding it out and making league minimum, the last thing he wants to do is blow himself up by saying something that's titillating for the audience. Leave it to me, I'll titillate you,
Might
Doug.
get himself traded to Tampa Bay.
That's exactly right.
Speaking of friends of the show,
Yeah, especially
I
these kind of
forgot Steven
Instagrams.
Matz was on the Red Sox until they were playing. I'm like, oh my gosh.
There he is.
A friend of the show. Was
Brought him
always,
in a key situation.
yeah, he's had a nice season. That was a great signing for the Red Sox via the Cardinals.
Brian Henson is not happy with the Lister of the Month results.
No.
He says Jackson's sandbagging the Lister of the Month because he's not one of his weirdly nicknamed buddies like Sauerkraut or Hambone. Classic Durka. Not a headline listener. Durka. Thanks. And keep up the good work, youngster. That's from Brian Henson, Doug. And he's got one hell of a football team to cover.
Yeah, boy, howdy.
Now, what does a Durka mean?
I don't know. I don't.
Sounds like a sound effect written out, but what is it implying?
I don't know.
I think it's just some onomatopoeia to just like imply.
Did you hear that?
Don't use these words
Idiocy.
around me.
What would you like me to say?
I don't. What's an onomatopoeia?
Like
Buzz.
bam, like the
Yeah.
old Batman show.
Okay, a sound effect type of thing.
A word that you read that actually
Okay.
elicits the sound.
Durka. All right.
Clip that off. Jackson, you can do drops of the week just from this first segment.
Yeah,
today.
lots to clip off.
That's huge for you. All right, get involved. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is celebrating one of their own, getting the TMA Lister of the Month, MD 2020. If you want to be the TMA Lister of the Month, you go to tmastl.com and you can maintain your anonymity, which I know is very important. Also, you can text in, and today, tomorrow, and then next Monday, Tuesday, and I don't know if you're going to keep it for Wednesday, Jackson. That's up to
I
you.
am.
Okay. You can get a text inbox name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Call in, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. That is how you can call in to the program. And Martin, just for the record, Pestis is on the line, which is an indication that he is indeed omnipresent. If you are struggling, not feeling great, maybe it's a symptom of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a long-time Morning After sponsor, and we are grateful for their support. If you've been working out and you're going, man, I'm just not putting on muscle like I used to. If you're waking up and saying, this isn't just the way I felt just a few years ago, what is going on? These are symptoms of low testosterone. Have you or your family seen a change? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love. This is where Mentality can help you out. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. I have been tested out there for low testosterone, super easy, in and out within 20 minutes. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com. Doug, you wanted to talk about it? Well, you got it. Kalen DeBoer with his message to Alabama fans.
Whoa, what did he have to say? Let's go win this one.
You're going to hear it.
Okay.
This is getting better at teasing.
All right.
It's coming up.
Yeah. Stiefel Dossier.
It's a little lean. No, I mean, I stand with papers on all things.
Hey, I'm not going to deny it. It's a touch lean.
Matt Holiday tried to come on at Yesterday I said Thursday, Friday, what time? And he said, how about now?
That's a guy who doesn't respect the dossier.
This is yesterday. What was it? It was like 9:50. He goes, what, are you leaving or something? I said, if we can, I said, we would love to promote it a little more. Maybe he was listening and he was trying to save us.
Trying to
in the
help us
past,
out.
Holly would call in if Licks was on. That was the bat signal for him to call in.
Maybe Licks will call in. 314-974-0101. The program's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This dude's on the 20. Zachary Taylor, not the kid from Home Improvement. They doing a Home Improvement reboot? I felt like I saw that.
They really? God, I hope not.
I feel like there's an opportunity for my new show, TV Boy, which might compete with Movie Boy.
That's fine.
Oh, really?
But what's not going to be fine is when Gareth is on 50%
TV
of
Boy?
the shows.
Yeah.
You
Is
would
that
steal
not
Gareth?
compete?
I could talk. I could work him over.
Who's your Garrett, Tim? Polling?
That wouldn't be bad.
He's a snarky little fellow.
Is Garrett snarky little fella?
Oh, yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah. Really small hands.
Now, what's that got to do with his snarkiness, Durka?
I just said little guy. He's a snarky little guy. I mean, you know, he's got small hands and snarky.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen, and Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Jackson Burkett has prepared a Stiefel dossier that his ally Martin said it's a little, what is it, a little thin, little light?
Cupboard's a little bare.
Yeah.
All I know is the lead today is Kalen DeBoer with a message to the fans ahead of the Vanderbilt game, Doug.
Can't be believed.
This won't go poorly.
Playoff baseball.
Let's do it.
Let's take a listen.
This weekend is another big weekend. You know, each one gets bigger as you go through the season, right? And the most important game is always the next one. And it's week 2 in the conference schedule. We're at home at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Again, I'm asking for the fans to come and be loud, and I know that's going to be the case. I've never seen anything but that. And we're looking forward to a very good Vanderbilt team coming in here and the challenge that lies ahead. But proud of the work that we've put in already this week. We still got a lot more left ahead of us to be at our best on Saturday.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Well, he really fired up the
sports
base.
lead.
He
They
really,
got a game coming up Saturday.
I love Papers. That felt like an opening statement. All right, it's week 6. We have a quality opponent coming in, and we want everybody to be there, of course. And
The most important game is the next one.
Yep. Well, he really
Can't take him lightly.
Where's Mike Price when you need him?
Jackson looks so defeated.
Biggest thing going on in sports.
Well, for the record,
Is that like the only sound we could get? Is that why it's being pushed as such an important thing?
I didn't intend to push it as some sort of important thing.
Okay.
But, I mean, it was the first story in the Stiefel dossier.
Right, but first doesn't necessarily mean best.
But it was ultimate coach speak. He said nothing. He said absolutely nothing.
Well,
I love when they get up there and they say, 21, you got to keep it on. 32 is the guy that runs the ball a lot. And you got to watch out for 87 on the outside.
all right, I ask you, Doug, what's the lead today?
The playoff baseball from last night.
You think that was better than what Kalen DeBoer
I
said?
think so. Yeah.
All right, well, take it and run with it. Newsman.
Newsman. Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary, which we switched, he didn't like that, so we switched it to the accomplished Doug Vaughn. How about you got 3 game threes today?
That's fun.
3 of them.
And Dodgers kicked it into high gear and just kind of dispatched the Reds going back to where you came from.
Yeah, that was a dispatching. But you know what that sets up? Dodgers-Phillies.
Mm-hmm. Yankees Red Sox got a good series going. Those games have been tight, close. Mike Schilt avoided firing by beating the Cubs.
Yeah, you think he would have been terminated on the field had they not won that game yesterday?
I imagine so.
I've got a guy, I can't recall who, probably listening, and we're grateful that people listen for all 4 hours, who has been saying the lock in these wild card games, and I'm nerdy enough to go back and look at it because it's not like these things go back a number of years. The wild card series, that is, which I guess started in 2022, even though they had it in 2020 because of COVID, is the under in the first 5 innings. And if you look at these things, interestingly enough, I think across the board, I think they would be covering, I guess at this point there have been 8 games. I do think that if you're just kind of replaying in your mind, I mean, certainly the Tigers and Guardians, that would cover. Cubs and Padres, 100% as well. Was the wind blowing in yesterday? Anybody else watching this is why I was watching it yesterday. I felt like both teams hit the crap out of a ball, and then the guy would just kind of settle in under it at the warning track. It just struck me as an obvious day where the wind had to be blowing in at Wrigley, and there's no ballpark that experienced more of an impact on wind than Wrigley, statistically. I think the first and maybe the second Red Sox-Yankees game, I don't know if the Dodgers-Reds, but either way, that would be 75% conversion. And, Doug, that'll get you a nice home in Huntley if you can have the proper unit size, and I know you do.
If you look up at a baseball playoff game, it almost always is 1-0, 2-1, and it'll tilt late. But that is true. That it just seems to be that they're all kind of following that same formula.
It's because the teams that get in have top-notch pitching.
Right.
And those are the guys pitching in these games.
Especially early in the series. If the number's 5.5, the Dodgers-Reds would have covered yesterday, if that first 5 innings was. And then they had 4 in the 6th, which even stands more.
That's how we get paid.
Yeah.
Jack Flaherty on the bump today, by the way, former Cardinal. It's October. Do you think he'll have a Cardinal bump in October? I'm going to say he may not.
You're shorting the market.
I am.
And it's Guardians time. I was listening to the program before us, and they were saying that Cleveland is not a great sports town if you don't sell out a playoff series. And even though clearly great crowd yesterday when Brian Rocchio hit that home run, the place went bat crap, but it is not sold out in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Although, didn't we have some playoff games here that didn't sell out? We have 1 or 2. I know the Blues had 1 or 2. Not in recent years, but going back a little bit.
86 against the North Stars?
No, it wasn't that far.
Also, Progressive Field is one of the smaller stadiums in Major League Baseball. 34,000.
Is that right?
34,830 is the capacity at Progressive Field.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That is stunning.
4,000 less than PNC Park. A lot less, obviously, than places
well, so
like
then then you would say you're saying that because it's a further indictment because it's a smaller ballpark to fill up?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, that's 10,000 less seats than Busch Stadium, 10,000 less seats than a lot of stadiums.
I suppose when you don't know if your team is going to get in, and it's a day game, there's some people that just didn't buy tickets in advance. They say, I'll watch on TV and not spend $150.
I'll tell you exactly what happened, because this is the meat and potatoes of my campaign platform. People are like, yeah, if they make a deep run, we've got to pay for tickets in the LDS and the LCS in the World Series. Martin, I would imagine, Doug, you probably as well, were on the road with the Cardinals when they would play the Braves. This is the 2000 series. The Cardinals swept the Braves. They won the first 2 here. That was the Rick Ankiel start. And then they went to Atlanta, and I couldn't have been more excited. I mean, I'm 23 and on the road with the Cardinals, and just started at KMOV. And I'm thinking, this is the biggest thing in the world. You're going up against the big bad Braves and the Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, big 3. And we get to what was, at the time, Turner Field, and the upper deck, it wasn't empty, but it was sparsely populated. And I said to some Atlanta people we were working with, I said, what in the hell's the deal here? How can you not have a sold-out ballpark? Like, we go to the playoffs every year, and this is just the NLDS. So people here just, because there's still many more levels, they wait. So I think that factors into it, that the wild card series does not have the cachet of, obviously, when you're in the final 4 or 8. So I think that factors in.
And they've been in 3 of the last 4.
Yeah, kind of flying under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, they kind of, 4 of the last 6, they kind of quietly get in most years. They don't do a whole lot. They did win their DS last year. But maybe that's part of it. Although they sell out every Browns game. That market, as awful as the Browns have been, they should have a year where everybody gets in free. I mean, as awful as that franchise has been, they fill up that thing every Sunday. So Cleveland's a great sports town. They probably are just waiting. And how many tickets didn't sell? Like 500, 600, whatever. I mean, it's not an empty stadium.
Progressive Field is actually the smallest MLB stadium by total max capacity.
How about that? Huh. I would not have guessed that.
Well, it's a lot easier to sell out a football game than it is a baseball game, especially when you don't know if the baseball game is even going to be played.
Guys, LA's not selling out. That's from the 314.
The Dodgers didn't sell out?
That is what the 314, unnamed at the moment. Would you like a name? Jackson will do it for the next 6 days.
They're also, I mean, the Guardians game played during the day, right? You know, people are working, and you know, it's like, do I want to take off work and spend all this money? That's a double whammy. And
it's probably the worst seat in the house that is not selling out.
Right.
So you got to pay $150 to go sit in the 400 section in left field?
Right.
Maybe not.
Doug, they panned the crowd last night in the Bronx, and once again, all gentlemen.
I noticed that, just screaming, all of them. Just fit to be tied.
Martin, have you noticed that in your travels to New York? I think this was an onboarding hour topic. They panned the crowd in the Bronx, but this would also go on at, maybe it's a little less now at MetLife, but it's still the disparity between the presence of gentlemen and women in particular at Yankees games, but I think it can carry over to Queens and also for the Jets and Giants.
It does seem that every game, Giants, Jets, Mets, Yankees, is Vinny and Sal, and they're sitting together.
Carmine couldn't make it.
And they're
He's still in the
furious.
slammer.
Angry as hornets.
And did the women ever get invited?
No.
No.
Are there women in the lives? You know, I mean, that might be one of our founding questions.
Well, you probably
Brian
have
in
to,
Breezy Point. What's up, Brian?
That's a
probably
Brian
have
and
to
Breezy
take,
point.
you got to take the subway to the Bronx, and there's probably some people there who say, I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
Jackson was
Yeah, but
Francesa.
the subway exit right there. You just walk off the ramp and you're like
But you got to
literally
be in the
stadium.
You also got to be in the subway for a while.
John Rocker didn't like that. So.
No.
Was Francesa happy with the Yankees last night? Remember, he was irate at the Bet Rivas.
Yeah, I don't necessarily tune in every day.
It's only when he's mad.
If he does something kind of erratic, I'll know about it.
He's
But,
on a heater for us because we agreed with Big Mike on both topics yesterday.
Yeah, I mean he can be a very rational guy. He just sometimes gets a little worked up over some trivial matters.
Depending on if his bet's hit.
Yeah.
Doug, Bobby Bacala was in the luxury seats watching the Yanks. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Okay.
He's a big New York sports fan.
Stephen Shrippa.
Yeah, I love that. Make some money on HBO and get some residuals, and then spend it all on going to sporting events.
Yeah.
I saw a hockey player, too. They showed it. Was it Jack Hughes was in there?
Jackson, was it Jack Hughes?
Jack
Eichel?
I forget who it was. But he had sunglasses on, too. I thought that's kind of odd. A night game in New York, you're wearing sunglasses?
Maybe he's dealing with a head issue.
I doubt it.
Connor Bedard was at Wrigley. John Cusack was there. Eddie Vedder was there.
He's saying, take me out to the ball game in game one.
Yeah.
It would be fun if as part of the in-stadium entertainment, they had a celebrity spotter going around the stadium. Every stadium, every game. Say, oh, look who we found. Here's so-and-so is here.
Who would we have? Timberfake?
I don't know. We'd have someone.
Wasn't J.K. Simmons at a game earlier
Yes,
this year?
he was. Yeah. But there's been
At a
some
Cardinal
people,
game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Get Jackson going on Whiplash, Martin.
So good.
Boy, but I like
Rushing
to,
a
I like
dragon.
to swear. That one made me uncomfortable.
Yeah, no doubt.
So much swear.
Very uncomfortable. Here, in the break,
By
I'll
design.
throw a chair at your head and then start slapping you around.
Please.
You'll say I like it.
Doug, your schedule today is the Tigers at Cleveland. Will it be sold out? That starts at, I don't know if my ESPN is updated on Central Times or not. 2 o'clock, is that accurate? Strikes me as a little. Is that
For what
too
time?
central?
For
Too
what?
central?
For which game? The you talking about the Guardians
Cleveland.
game? That's going to be a 2:08 Central
Hearing aid
Time.
audio off, all of a sudden your
2
levels
a.m.
went up.
Well, the problem is if I miss the first part of it, I can't I need a rewind button, like in the Critically Acclaimed movie Click. I need to be able to go back about 10
Martin,
seconds.
There's so much going on right
10
now.
seconds. I need like a 10
The guy
second
was off to a
rewind.
slow start at the beginning. He went in the bathroom and
disagree.
just snort heaps of Adderall.
Yeah,
And now
fresh them up.
Tigers, Guardians, 2-ish.
2:08.
Tigers,
Confirmed.
Guardians. Padres, Cubs. This is fun.
4:08.
4-ish. I'm off TV. I'm going to watch that thing. Okay, we've got Red Sox, Yankees.
7:08.
Okay.
Here you go.
3 hour intervals.
Traffic and weather and baseball on the 8s.
6.
What is going on? I feel like I'm at the Sigma Chi house at 5 in the morning. in
2
the late
hours
90s.
between the Padres and Guardians game, and then it's 3 hours between the Red Sox and Yankees game. 2.5 hours on aggregate.
Aggregate.
I don't know.
Chairman sideways.
Yeah, I don't know what's going. Well, I've said it's always your own guys, but I don't get the issue here. I said 3, 2, whatever. I'm the only one who had the game time, so I'm providing a service over here.
Guys, the Adderall is clearly kicked in. That is from MD 2020, who just claimed the TMA Listener of the Month in September.
I'm unbridled today, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And MD 2020 is working both venues. He's on the YouTube.
Yeah, he's doing both of them.
yeah,
over
double
here.
shift.
Charcoal Unbridled. That's the name of this segment. Charcoal Unbridled.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, are you guys still talking soda? If you grew up south of Highway 44, it's called a sody, and you probably are a Packers fan who wears Oakley sunglasses, and you don't realize people can see your liked tweets. That's from Dogtown Astro fan. That's what happens if you call a carbonated beverage a sody?
Sody.
You don't realize people can see your liked tweets while you wear Oakley sunglasses?
Carlos Martinez on my mama.
I didn't realize that, man. It's like a master's thesis from Dogtown Astrovan. You can send in your master's theses, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat that is up there on youtube.com/TMA. STL. And then, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, can you tell the people about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Design Air Heating and Cooling. Yeah, I can, Tim. That's a great question. Can I tell I can? Because they've been around for more than a century, and when you're getting something fixed like your furnace, your air conditioning, you want to make sure you get that right. It's so important, the comfort inside your home, and you can count on Design Air. Today, tomorrow, next week, they're going to be here. Family-owned and operated St. Louis-based company. We love those kinds of stories. Also, they're loyal. Longest-running TMA sponsor, and we appreciate all the listeners who are loyal to them in return. DesignerService.com is where you can get online, get things tuned up before winter. Or I know it's in the 80s now, but soon it'll be winter. Make sure the furnace is running properly. Get signed up online, and you never know. Is it Larry and Steve now are both?
Oh, yeah, Doug, that's a Silver Fox, right?
Yeah.
And are they candidates, you think? Not quite for the Silver Golden Bachelor. They're not that old yet, but maybe down the road.
Well, they might be. Yeah.
See? There's always possibilities. But the main point is they're going to get out there. They're going to get things fixed. They will not upsell you. That's something that Seth and the team work on, too. They want to make sure they get the repairs done right. Make sure you're pleased with the service. Mr. McKernan, in fact, got a new unit over there. And then got multiple bids and then said this is the best one. DesignerService.com is the place to go.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Shooter McGavin claiming the first win in the month of October yesterday. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on our Stiefel dossier. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 3 decades in the St. Louis area. Online at igotfloored.com. You can go online right now and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. It's igotfloored.com. Michael at Michael's Flooring takes great pride in making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And so he wants to make sure that he hires the best carpet installers in the business and gives them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. If you are a carpet installer and looking for that kind of compensation, go to igotfloored.com and apply to work with Michael. There is a reason he's continued to grow throughout the 30-plus years at igotfloored.com with Michael's Flooring. Employees love working for him. And they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all. Carpet's awesome. It's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, 3 easy to get to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues hockey tonight right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Senators. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You like this one, Doug?
Oh, sure. This is old school. This is nice.
Got a music theme today there, Pappas?
Nah.
Just a little of this, a little of that. Durka.
Durka. This show is so stupid. I've got a page in front of me. I either have the ESPN sports page up or a Keds page with all the shoes.
Keds, they were nice.
Because Doug brought up Keds, I was staring at these shoes.
A little thin, right? Kind of like a thin little shoe.
Yeah, almost a deck shoe.
Yeah.
A tennis shoe look.
I like that.
How about PF Flyers? Ever have any PF Flyers?
Run faster, jump higher.
I think that was it.
Worked for Benny the Jet.
Is that a Sandlot reference? Mm-hmm.
Nice. You got a shoe that almost looks like a baseball with the stitching on it.
Yeah, I see that on the.
Oh, you guys are all on the Keds
well,
page.
I'm now taking a look.
Can you still buy Keds?
Sure. Looks like
Well, they got a-
55 US dollars.
Really, that's all it is.
Yeah,
For a
no
pair
free
of
ads,
Keds.
but
All right.
There's a lot going on in this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up the YouTube app and then type TMA STL in, and the next thing you know, you're in there and you're watching the show and you're watching four hot guys do a program. But the legend of Columbia, who I guess played a role in me getting a table at CC City Broiler. Was that before the Kansas game or the South Carolina game, Doug? I can't recall.
It feels like it was a little
Kansas?
while ago.
Yeah,
We
I
met
think
the
you're right.
legend over the phone.
Yeah, he says 21st birthday in Como was at the old Hootenannies, and after my 21st shot, that was 151. I would up passed out at Club Vogue. And
I
there's
wound up.
I think you're right.
I wound up.
And there's two dancing girls in his emojis. That's
Okay.
going on in there. Then the next text is, I like Tim's loins. That's from the Pope.
Let me get the. All right.
Then the next one is Doug's Warrior Ethos writing, I know a pale producer that likes to get all effed up on the Henny and go camping with 15 of his bros. That's from Doug's Warrior Ethos. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I don't really like Hennessy. Cognac in general.
We'll take your cognac
It's
calls.
not really for me. I'm a gin guy.
Are you?
Yeah.
Slow gin?
And that's SLOE.
What the hell is slow gin? How is that
no
different
idea.
than regular gin?
I have no idea.
You can call in with your stories of enjoying a slow gin. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to get involved by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And oftentimes we will read what you are posting in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Really an unfortunate start in the Stiefel dossier with that Kalen divorce.
It was basically announcing they have a game this week.
According to who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Quickest fold in the history of sports media.
Almighty.
Dirk 3K, leave Jackson alone.
All right, Jackson. The next sound is the guys from that SEC podcast talking about if Missouri would get game day next week.
Right.
No.
But just real quickly, I would have to say that's as close to being impossible as it gets, considering where they are this week, right?
Yes. They reasoned through it.
Oh, okay. Because for the record, game day is in Tuscaloosa for Diego Pavia and the Commodores, 10.5-point underdogs.
That's why DeBoer was so fired up.
I guess so. So I can't imagine that they would then go to Columbia for Missouri and Alabama. And it's also an 11 o'clock start, so you can't do it on the quad because people would be over south for O'Field. All right. Well, Doug, I'll listen.
Okay, it's all we can do, really.
Hey, we just got a donation shout out. Joe gave us $10. Is there any chance game day goes to Mizzou Bama after Bama, or are we out of luck for game day this year?
Well, I think there's still a chance, but I don't. Let me see what the top 25s are real quick.
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay. Yeah. What other marquee games would be on the docket?
Ohio State number 1 at 22 Illinois. Not as good,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Oh, sorry, guys. And I don't know anything about these teams. Maybe they falter. Number 8 Indiana, number 2 Oregon. So that's a problem. But it is CBS. So they don't want to give them any extra coverage. We got Red River.
Yeah.
Number 5, number 9. Maybe that one. Yeah, I hate to say it. I think they would choose Red River, or they would choose the Indiana, Oregon over Mizzou, Alabama.
Well, that was certainly enlightening.
Maybe I'm not seeing the board as well today.
What's the name of that podcast?
I think that was one of the most important things you've ever said on this show, because that was what we call, Doug, a combination of wonderful self-awareness and preemptive. That's the important thing, Martin. That's that SEC podcast, which I listen. Here's the thing. And there are some people who love that podcast, and when I say I don't listen to it now because they just do podcasts all the time, I think they probably have to hit certain numbers to get their advertising, and I understand that. God bless, that's the game. But they're just on all the time, and as you heard, they aren't necessarily,
It sounded like two guys just having lunch at Potbelly's.
And Martin, that was our second. And Doug, how do you like can we replay the start of the audio clip? Because it struck me as a little. Take a listen.
They was a chuckling.
So why leave that in? You got to edit, man. You got to edit. You got to cut out that stuff.
Well, you guys just keep breaking it down.
Were these even two experts or just two guys?
Two guys. Cousin Shane and SEC Mike, who has a very soft voice.
He does have I like the way he says Texas.
Yeah, I kind of read you a bedtime story.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, it's a light day.
That account is clickbait and constantly giving made-up takes. That's from Steven Time. Jackson, did you get engagement farmed?
Well, all takes are made up.
Yes, they are.
Made up. I don't understand that. Or clickbait. I don't think they're.
Fight Steven Time.
Well, I don't think they're clickbait either. How was that
Everybody wants to have clickbait. You want to do something that's going to draw some attention to what you're doing.
That wasn't engagement farming. They didn't say really anything. Then you could ask, why did you clip it off? Fair question.
How did you find that clip? No, I'm not mad. No, I'm not mad about it at all.
Fair.
I'm not. No, I'm curious.
Sure. It came across my desk.
Came across
What does that
my
mean?
desk.
What does that mean?
Well, that's that segment that we haven't seen in a while from the desk of Jack B. It came across
my desk.
Now, usually, I would say a lot of the audio and Fun with Audio is me sending you TikTok or Instagram clips.
Sure.
That one I'm not responsible for. May I ask who your source was?
Me. I scroll Twitter every morning.
And you said,
scour
I
it, really.
have this.
Well, I heard it. Some we've talked about before with Game Day. Thought I could provide some outside perspective.
Well, sure.
In retrospect, not my best move.
Oh, well.
And you say you're not seeing the board?
Maybe not. Yeah, some days you see it better than others. Some days you can see what the defense is throwing at you. Today's not one of those days.
No, it's better. When it's terrible, it's better.
Run the ball. That's what I say. Run the ball.
I love when Jackson doesn't do his homework, so he jots down gobbledygook, and then he gets called to read it in front of the class. That's from caller Buzz.
That's more or less what's going on at this very moment.
I think the dossier gets going a little later. If you peek ahead.
Like the dossier.
Like an MLB playoff game?
Yeah, no, I think,
Slow
you
start.
take the under, take the early under on the dossier, Tim, and then bet the over later.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Because there is some Yoff talk. Somebody texted about this as well. There was a great moment where a baseball player dunked on the NHL, and Jackson celebrated. We'll get into that.
Nice.
We have Beth Page Bedlam in 8-2. Matt Fitzpatrick responding to the PGA of America, commenting about the treatment that the U.S. players got at the Ryder Cup. So now it's heating up. You just got to wait because
Slow burn, Doug.
Beth Page Bedlam is still to come, and Yoff talk is still to come. We got a whole MLB, NHL thing that got started out of this, and Jackson's got a new hero. It's all coming up.
Yeah. So don't give up on this Stiefel dossier.
I haven't given up at all.
Based on what you've heard.
You just keep battling.
It's a
back in the second half.
4-hour program. You don't judge it based on the first 48 minutes.
No, you shouldn't.
2 of the past 5 texts are mad at Jackson for calling it Twitter.
Really?
Jackson, it's X. Twitter does not exist. That's Eric in the Central West End. And then from the 314, it's called X, Libby Jack. Twitter is dead.
Oh, I feel like it's the same thing.
It's a weird spike of the football. If I type in the word Twitter into a Google search, if I type in twitter.com, the site X comes up. So I feel like you can call it either.
Yeah, I think so. Same thing.
But some people like some things, and some people don't like other things.
If you call it Twitter, I feel like everyone's going to know what you're talking about. If you say X, people might say, "What are you talking about?"
I agree, Doug.
Some might.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm so used to calling it Twitter. I think a lot of people are in the same boat when you're used to calling it something like that.
I wish he hadn't changed the name of it.
I agree.
Twitter was perfect.
I think.
What was the reasoning?
I guess when Elon Musk bought it,
Well, I know that, but I was
He said he had the X.com domain since the invention of the internet, and he's always wanted to use it. That's what at least my interpretation of it was. I could be wrong.
I think
on that.
the cleverness of X marks the spot, or
nice.
Maybe
he just wanted to show that it's going to be changed from what it was.
Sure.
Are we done saying formerly known as Twitter every time you say X?
I think they do that in some
Print
publications, but yeah, I'm not going to verbalize that.
Now, do we still say I just sent out a tweet on X?
Again,
too.
Yeah, I think if you say it, people know what you're talking about, so you've accomplished your goal.
What do you call truth social? Do you say I just truth something?
I've never been in the conversation where I've had to say that.
Well, Doug, what happens on Truth Social?
It's about to get really active in the text inbox, and my guess is the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. If I had to guess, these are just guesses.
This is a real piece of my life. What's up?
What's up? Because we are workshopping.
Yes, indeed.
When we say, I tweeted.
Post.
Okay, so
everything
Truth
would be a
Social,
post.
They
Everything
all fall under the umbrella of post.
Right. Bingo.
Okay.
Bingo.
Tim, you like housekeeping?
I do like housekeeping.
People don't like, Martin was texting with. I had texted Keith Kachuk because I wanted to know if Brady was playing tonight because the Ottawa Senators are in town.
That's
you can
right.
work that into an update papers.
Yeah.
Brady Kachuk, he said he is playing.
Ottawa is the capital of Canada.
Work that into the update. But then I realized that we went back and forth about Brady playing, and Big Walt says, I got to go out on the recruiting trail. He's scouting, so he says he's not going to get to go, but Chantel's going. And then I looked the last text, like a month ago. I said, hey, why don't you come on the show?
Right.
And he goes, oh, by the way, yeah, let's do that sometime. I'm like, well, a month ago. I said,
yeah.
So he says he'll be on next week.
Yeah, say it, Walter.
Talk some Sox, although he hates the Sox now because they traded Mookie Betts. That's when he gave up.
But what if the Sox, he can't possibly be cheering for the Yankees tonight.
No,
There's
maybe he's indifferent.
How do you give up on your team you've rooted for your whole life just because they make a
mad.
bad trade?
Well, he just, in general, he's just kind of sick of him.
Okay.
But he's a Cardinal guy now.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I'd be curious, what his emotion is on tonight. You know what I mean?
Right.
You got Yankees, Red Sox.
I said, call in today, big man. And he said, let's do next week.
Next week.
Which, by the way, famous hockey players responding. Joel Goldberg, friend of the show.
Big hands.
He
small hands.
He texted me the other day.
Of fingers.
He said, do you remember when I asked about Chris Pronger coming on my podcast? And he said, and you gave me his number. He said, it was 3 years ago. He said, he just responded.
No way.
I swear to God, Joel.
So, to the message?
That's what he...
From 3 years ago.
Joel sends me, and he said, do you remember that? And he said, Pronger said, hey, sorry about that. Yeah, let's do it.
Sorry about that?
That's outstanding.
I'm
in a cave?
Days later.
I am passing along what Joel sent to me. Do you remember a few years ago, you told me to reach out to Pronger. He was going to be on my podcast. I think it was either 2 to 3, maybe even 5 years ago. He just responded. And morning, Joel. Sorry about that. I thought I had replied to your text,
but didn't hear from you for 3 years.
My bad. Let's chat soon. Cheers.
Awesome.
Prongs.
How about that?
And Joel's like, I swear it was 3 to 5 years ago.
That is outstanding.
And he says, sorry about that. I thought I'd responded.
I want Pronger on just to talk about his text exchange with Joel, and then maybe we go, and the Blues are starting here in a week. Thoughts?
How deep would you have to scroll back into your text to find something from 3 years ago?
Do you guys do this, though? Because I'll go, I bet I owe some people some text back, and when I have 5 minutes without children running around, I will scroll back to make sure that I've responded all texts. But boy, Doug, you would have to go deep into the vault to get back 1,180 days.
Yeah. Well, I figured it would start to erase them after a certain period of time.
Mine does, after a year.
Yeah.
But it could be, and I have no idea if for some reason he was going to send Joel a note, or his wife's got a book out and they're kind of making the tour. Maybe he called up his contact and then saw the last exchange was, hey, you want to hit me up?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a record. So Big Walt will either be on next week or in 3 years. One of the two.
Well, we look forward to it anytime the man is welcome on this program. It could just be a drive-by. You know, my guess is he's out playing like 90 minutes of an 18-hole round right now. That's what Walter does. He flies around the golf course. Guys, Prongs has a book coming out. That's from the 314.
Yeah. I think his wife wrote a book, but they're doing a lot of media stuff together.
What kind of book? What's it about?
I think
travel?
No, but I think it's more about living your best life. I know together they have the travel company, right? Chris and Lauren. And they're going to be at the Two Fox later this month.
It's probably easy to live your best life when you made $120 million as a hockey player.
So you think it's a short book?
I mean, it's pretty easy to say. Do whatever you want to do.
Yeah. I remember when COVID hit, Dexter Fowler tweeted something about, hope you saved up. And I'm like, well, you made $100 million bucks.
How'd that play? Did some of the best fans have a thought?
Yeah, they weren't real pleased. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something along those lines. And people were like, yeah, thanks.
Well, if you have $169, you can live your best life in Clayton right now, Doug.
There you go.
It is 5 Iron Golf, now open in Clayton, and memberships are only $169 per month. And you say, well, what is 5 Iron? And I say, here, I just found out about it about a month ago myself. I went in there. We had a meeting set up by one of our sales representatives here at Hubbard, and I go, well, as a golfer, I'll be quite interested in this thing. Where is it? And then I saw it, and I could not believe how great it is. It's 5 Iron Golf. I think the number is 13 TrackMan simulator bays. So if you want to practice, you have that. If you want to play courses, you have that. If you want to have social events there, you have that, because they have an incredible menu of food and drinks, a bar right there for you. It is perfect. You can play iconic courses like Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, and Bethpage Black. 5 Iron Golf in Clayton has 200 plus world-class courses. Rain or shine, you can wear whatever it is that you want. There is no dress code. And once again, memberships are only $169 per month. It is incredible. I will be there, I think, probably like 5 days a week, starting when the weather gets cold, and I'll be up there with my boys, and I cannot wait. I am so excited about this place. Check it out. 5 Iron Golf in Clayton. It's not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. Get the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at 5irongolf.com. Trust me, you are going to love it. 5irongolf.com. There you go. Check it out. Big fan. Super excited about it.
I saw a new Jackson swipe. Somebody called him Jackie Behar, which I guess is a Joy Behar reference.
Oh, that might be the worst one yet.
But somebody else was mad at Eric in the Central West End for simping for Elon.
I thought that might have been Sharon and Clayton.
They called him Elon Eric.
Ooh, about that, Jackson?
Yeah. I don't think it was Sharon.
And several people saying he calls it X because all of his businesses have an X in it, like SpaceX and everything else.
What about Tesla?
I guess it's except Tesla.
He has the Model X car.
I'm reading what people are saying.
He's got the Model X car.
They say he's got several businesses that have the word X in it.
One of his first companies was an online banking company called X.com, and all those things are kind of little odes to that.
Yeah, that would explain why he would call it X, but I still don't think he should have changed it.
Today on the Olds Roundtable, what's the latest with social media platform names? That's from the Horny Banker.
He used to be the Horny Baker, and he said that was misspelled. And Jackson, you've updated it to the Horny Banker.
Indeed. Yeah. I give people what they want.
Jackie Behar.
Oh my gosh! How about Big Blonde Dan? Shove it, Eric. Far right nut job. I question his good looks as well. Stay strong, Jackie P.
Wow.
Oh, Eric in Central West End is a handsome man.
Well, Big Dan, Big Blonde Dan.
Would you ever go
wondering.
No.
Why is that?
Well, in like a romantic setting, and God bless anyone.
You're thinking about it, aren't you?
I'm just
the player is reason.
I just want to be, as kind as I can be. If that's your persuasion, God bless. Do what you want to do. Not for me personally, but I can establish that he is a handsome gentleman. I think that we can do that as a society. We can say, hey, that's a handsome person. That's a handsome person. What a good looking person. I am not sexually attracted to you, but good look.
Okay.
And I think Eric in Central West End is a perfect example. Maybe we don't see eye to eye politically, but that doesn't mean
that you included maybe.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I can't still say, good looking man.
Ollie Oakville says, I've got a take here. The reason Jackson fixed his hair today is because he knew the lineup was trash. Meaning the dossier.
Oh.
He's saying you were compensating by
trying to take attention away from a light dossier by fixing up your coif?
No, I
charcoal behar.
Charcoal behar.
If I shower at night before bed, I often wake up with bedhead, and it doesn't look good, so I throw on a cap. If I shower in the morning, I come out, I don't want to put a hat on wet hair. That's a bad idea. No. So I let it fly, and then it ends up looking pretty good.
Now, I like logistics. I'm surprised you get bedhead because you sleep face down.
I know.
You think you get face head?
Wow. That's almost too good.
You going to clip that off, buddy?
Yeah, I mean,
12.
But, yeah, no, I don't wake up on my face, though.
Clip that off.
Where does the oxygen come from when your face is buried in the pillow?
It's not even on the pillow. My face is buried on the mattress. I don't really even need pillows. I can't just sleep like on a slab.
Well, that could really save you some money.
I know. Well, I like to have the pillows, though, for the beginning. But then I wake up usually on my side, but not on the pillows.
Doug, we got a new situation going on here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Big Blonde Dan says he's going to send in a headshot to challenge Eric's top of the ladder good looks. So now listeners want us to rank how good looking they are.
Okay, we'd be happy to do that.
What a treat.
Is this where we crossed
Martin,
the Rubicon?
is this what you signed up for?
Onboarding, onboarding every once in a while to say, like, any issues with the shows you're on, because there are other people in the building that are onboarding, and you have a chance to air
like an AA meeting.
Yes.
You can send in your pictures. Ray King tends to send in a picture of his husband. 314-399-9646. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN.
the crowds away. From the rafters hangs the banners we crave. Pennington's gloves catching dreams to save. Every shift we skate like warriors brave. Joe Boo's love got us on a roll. Thomas and Cairo gonna light up the goal. With the note on our chest, we won't stop a flop. 2025, we're bringing home the cup. The puck drops, the hustle's begun. St. Louis rising, roaring is one. We grit for glory
very
till
much.
it's all done. Every slap shot screams we're second to none.
Hard not to get fired up when you hear
I'm
that.
ready. Yes, I'm ready for that.
1 week away?
I felt like you were asking there.
No, I knew. October 9th against the Wild.
But there was a vocal pattern there that I picked up that was more of an inflection, asking a question than saying 1 week away.
Yeah, well, you know.
I mean, just tell me the read's right and full.
I
Lay it
know.
down.
I know.
I have the better hand.
I think you were
have
threading the needle. You thought it was next Thursday?
No, I know. October 9th.
I'm good.
October
I
9th.
hit the gut shot on the river that I was telling you about.
I know that their first game is on October 9th against the Minnesota Wild.
I'd like to see them get a little W tonight against the Sens. I'd hate to see a whole preseason go winless.
Okay.
Oh, that was my take, and I thought it was a good one. I don't think you want to have a winless preseason.
I don't think they could care any less.
Well, every time you go out there, you're still trying. You're playing hard. They're not out there just lollygagging around. I know it means nothing.
But they're playing
in the big
young
picture.
goalies.
But specifically, the first however many games, what are they, 0-3-1? They've been just like trying random guys out, especially on the bottom two lines. And recently, I'll be curious to see what they do tonight.
But the other teams are doing that too.
I understand, but we don't worry about the Cardinals having a bad grapefruit league.
No, but individually, you worry about players not hitting, not pitching well. I'm not saying this is really important. I'm just saying, even in the preseason, you want to play well.
Skate hard, certainly.
Yeah.
Skate, boy, skate. Then off to Chicago on Saturday. Then it gets real. Thursday the 9th is the opener. Then Jackson, I bet you have a problem with the travel. They then play a day game in Calgary. And you'll have to make a decision on watching Missouri, Alabama, or the Blues and Flames.
Right, yeah. It's tails all the time. Day game in Calgary. And that first game, that's at the Enterprise Center? Or is that
there you go, Martin. We won the hand.
Or is that at the XL whatever center that they play the hockey games
The
at?
XL whatever center.
That's what,
this is going to play worse than your Truth Social take.
Well, for whatever reason, the Timberwolves, I'll stick by that one. The Timberwolves and the Wild play in different venues. Like the Timberwolves play at the Target Center. And I think the Wild play at, isn't it Excel Energy Arena?
Is it in St. Paul?
I don't know.
What's going on? I think I'm right. If I'm right, I'm going to.
Probably play in St. Louis.
Okay, well, that's what I was asking.
The whole point is the game is not up
we
there.
know that? You know, the St. Louis Blues, they are right here on this radio station. Why? As a matter of fact, their pregame's at 6 p.m.
I know.
On 101 ESPN.
Ottawa.
And you're asking where their opener is? Are you horse plowing me out here today?
Oh,
I've changed it to Grand Casino
That's a
Arena.
new one this year. The Wild are moving their home games to the Grand Casino Arena.
Formerly,
after playing at the XL Energy Center for 25 years.
this is a huge win for me. I don't care. Even if the game's not being played there. It just seems like they could play in the same venue.
I see the Blues have a 4-game homestand right in the middle of October. I seem to remember they didn't want a lot of home games early that type of year because the Cardinals were perennially in the playoffs, so they tried to avoid that. Now they don't worry about it.
Getting fat now.
Yeah, it's convenient.
Go ahead, give us October. I think we're good for a couple of years.
Well, this is a great segue into Yoff Talk. Are we in Yoff Talk?
Yoff
papers?
Talk, Steve Dossier.
We're in whatever. You know?
This is a
We're
huge,
everywhere
all
and nowhere.
Well, this is a huge breakthrough for you. And I sent this to you yesterday because before it got some steam, Ben McDonald, former big league pitcher, on the call of the Cubs game on ESPN, Cubs series. And I think Kevin Brown, the young announcer of the Orioles, he was the guy that the
Orioles
got banned by the Orioles because he mentioned they could never beat the Rays.
What was that family? The Angelos family? Is that the name?
Yes, and they were mad with their own announcer for pointing out they never beat the Rays. He's a good young announcer, but he's doing his job, which is to tee up ESPN's coverage of the NHL. Jackson, that's the National Hockey League.
Right.
And your new hero is Ben McDonald.
Yeah, here you go. Here's the audio.
And the Blackhawks return to the ice next Tuesday, NHL opening night against the defending champion Florida Panthers at 5 Eastern, 4 Central on ESPN. Triple header that night. Penguins, Rangers, Avalanche, Kings. Ben, I know you got an opinion on this. Panthers three-peat this year. What do you think?
If you say so. I mean, good luck to them. Are you asking me if I'm going to be watching?
No, you'll be watching, of course, because you work for ESPN. You'll be watching Friday night.
There is zero chance I'll be watching. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Where will you be?
I will be somewhere, but there's zero chance I'll be watching.
All right, thanks, Ben. We'll be watching. Thanks for the rating.
Hit the goalpost.
Yeah. So immediately, John Butchercross from ESPN, hockey guy, said 0, the number of Ben McDonald pitches thrown in a postseason. Wow. So now we have Espen on Espen crime. But Jackson, you enjoyed that, did you not?
I did. I just, people living their truth, not being afraid of big hockey being mad at you.
Big hockey.
Some people.
It used to be big oil, then it became big pharma, and now it's big hockey.
Big puck.
Ben McDonald's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I can imagine they're playing a lot of hockey in the capital of Louisiana. So I think, it's just not in his life, and that's okay. And we can stop chastising folks for enjoying what they enjoy.
Some people like things, some people don't like other things.
I feel like Kevin Brown, the announcer, knew he was on ESPN working for the mothership and wouldn't mind doing some more playoff games down the road.
Sure.
So he kind of kept saying, well, of course you'll be watching because, it's on ESPN. Big Ben said no.
This D-bag should be fired from ESPN. What an ass. That's Sharon and Clayton, and she would like Ben McDonald terminated.
Makes it all worth it.
I bet most fans got a kick out of it. They're not mad. They just thought it was fun.
Agreed.
I wonder if it'll be referenced. There's probably another promo in there today.
Oh, yeah.
For the NHL.
I hope so.
I want to see how it gets played today.
Well, Harrison's brother Master wants him fired as well. How dumb is this guy? Fire him now. It's Harrison's brother Master. Harrison's brother Master and Sharon and Clayton.
Two people I want to be in lockstep with.
He just kind of rained on their promotional mention there.
That's a prime opportunity to lie and say, fire it up. I think the Panthers can do it 3 times in a row.
Now, I think the announcer, Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald, I think they worked together on Baltimore Orioles broadcast, so I think he knows him.
Good chemistry.
But I think he knew McDonald's not a hockey guy. That's why he said, hey, you'll be watching, right? So he kind of put it on a tee.
Right. No, I think it's a good call.
I would love to see them follow it up today. But it did. The Scotty Upshaw was sniping at him. The hockey people were not pleased.
No.
Big hockey.
What did Scotty Upshaw say? Where did he come from?
Oh, what did he say?
The former Blues forward.
And he's got a popular podcast as well.
He's boys with Chris Long. They would always go to, Bonnaroo?
Okay.
He always talk about seeing Scotty Upshaw there.
And he was married to some supermodel type, too, wasn't he?
Is that right?
I think he got some attention for having the most beautiful wife in the world.
So that was Yoff talk. I figured Jackson couldn't enjoy that. Hey, Ben McDork, get a life. That's from Scotty Upshaw. Hey, Ben McDork.
Oh.
Get a life.
Isn't he calling a Major League Baseball playoff game? I mean, that's like...
So you're saying you can't tell him to get a life?
Well, I mean...
So you're sideways with Scotty Upshaw.
No, I'm saying, there's a lot of things to, if you're going to have a comeback like that, there's a lot of good comebacks. But, a guy is calling a Major League Baseball playoff game. It's kind of
he has a life.
Borderline pinnacle of what you can do in this business. And I'd say it's a life.
Okay.
The Legend of Columbia is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says Jackson is still hungover from wine drinking, watching pegging episodes of Hunting Wives, and then a laughing emoji. Doug, that's what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
No, I don't do a lot of week drinking.
Weekday, you mean?
Weekday, I mean. Yeah, weekday drinking.
By yourself and just having a couple glasses of wine while watching pegging scenes?
Yeah, just, what do you say, Tim? Juice and squeeze, just not worth the squeeze. Not worth the squeeze. When you wake up as early as we do,
that's the deal.
It's just not. But then on the weekends, you can kind of get after it. It makes it more special. Makes it a little more special.
Today would be a fun day, though, if you're just sitting around watching the old ball games.
There you go.
I've done it one time where I really got after it. It was actually at the Blues game, and I was playing hurt the next day. And not great.
Oh, I remember that. That was right when we started.
Yeah, it was really early in our time here, and I regretted that.
You acknowledge you don't have the greatest tolerance for booze, right?
I I mean, I wouldn't say that.
I would.
I think you were overplaying how those boat drinks in Jamaica.
Doug, if a gentleman gets a little light after a boat drink,
he put on some sort of girdle to go in the water.
I've seen that. I can't look at pictures from that.
Martin, he wore a yellow diaper in the Caribbean. Did you say Caribbean or Caribbean?
I look like a block of cream cheese. It's hot.
And you had boat drinks.
I did have boat drinks.
Missouri had just defeated Iowa State.
Huge win.
He was feeling it. He was sharing a room, nay, a bed with Lisa Ann. I mean, this guy probably had just summited Everest. And then he went online on Instagram Live, drinking a boat drink. And it was like Jim Morrison in The Doors, where he starts scolding the audience.
Well, the water was...
And then there's a bunch of guys, many of whom were from the Middle East and just big fans of Lisa Ann. That's where a lot of her...
Oh, my DMs were crazy that week.
Because Lisa Ann's in there. Might have been on her Instagram live feed. And there's Jackson on a high because of Missouri beating Iowa State in January, holding a daiquiri.
I had, no joke, like 100 Middle Eastern guys in my DMs saying outlandish things.
Why would they go in your DMs?
Because they saw I was tagged and like I was hanging out with Lisa. They were like, "I'll pay you $10,000 to fly me. Buy me a ticket. I'll give you $10,000 when I arrive."
Do you consider that offer?
And someone was like, "I'll give you all this money. Like, take a picture of her feet. I'll send you." I was like, "Oh my, this is so creepy."
She would have been in on that with you, wouldn't she?
Probably. I didn't want to ask. Again, boat drinks. I was too worried about the Cyclones.
And you still, despite all that machoism, you still needed a flotation diaper to jump in 3 feet of water.
They made me put that on. I'll say this again. I'm a great swimmer, borderline fish. Really, really a great swimmer. Didn't need it, but they made me put it on. In retrospect, I would have not done it. But you live and you learn. You live and you learn, you know? You got to have these experiences so you know in the future.
Yes.
I learned the hard way.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where the legend of Columbia really is in there holding court, talking to Lex Luthor. Martin's Wildcat agenda is back in there as well. And he said he got hammered at a Sacramento Kings game. So
light the beam.
Light the beam. Then you can also email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. And he texted me, Martin, and Doug the other day and said, hey, schedule your furnace tune-ups because we know the weather is going to be getting rough at some point within the next month. We want to make sure that furnace is working. That's just the way that it works. Design Air Heating and Cooling will get you ready for the cold weather months at DesignAirService.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp. We're clients. We can speak to it firsthand. Support the sponsors. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. This story, I'm curious what kind of traction this gets with the audience. And I don't know if you guys are aware of it. We had all-out plagiarism.
Oh, no.
Are you guys aware of this?
No.
Okay, Martin and Doug are not aware of it. And it involves a regular on our show and a St. Louis publication. We'll tell you what it is. And they actually apologized.
Really?
That's coming up next.
Okay.
Here on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA.
Together Credit Union has a lot of fun with things. They'll get out the debit card and, why not make it a St. Louis Zoo debit card or the City SC debit card? They do things like that, but they also provide important services. Well, they're all important, but it's also when you're getting a mortgage, you want to make sure it's a company getting everything done in-house here in town. They are your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union, with a great solution for every buyer. Get in on the action, whether it's your first home, your second home, downsizing, second mortgage, all of it available. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, even specialty loans, the FHA, the construction, union member mortgages, and those community contributor mortgages. That includes our teachers, firefighters, first responders. Find out more about all of that online at togethercu.org. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider, and everything is done right here in town. Underwriting, servicing, all done locally. Togethercu.org. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
What do we got here?
I walked in 4 seconds ago.
They shut up ass.
It literally. So it was either show and come up dry or throw this bad boy in there.
Are you keeping it a buck?
Always keep it a buck.
Martin, you were just citing the Cam Ward post game from Saturday.
They had it on the old Espen screen up there. They had his quote.
I figured that was on Fun with Audio while I was vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons.
Somehow that slipped.
I'm not seeing the board well.
Somehow that slipped through the cracks. But the #1 overall pick for the Titans says, "We keeping it a buck. We ass.
We're ass. Yeah.
Doug, we keeping it a buck. We ass right now.
Okay, can we have a translation, please?
Keeping it 100, being honest.
Okay, so we're keeping 100 translation. Keeping it real.
Yeah, keeping it honest.
Keeping it honest.
Okay, why wouldn't you keep it honest?
Right. Well, that's when someone's like, if I'm being honest, like it's insinuating that in other times you're being dishonest. You know? Bad saying.
Right.
My phrase used to be "not gonna lie," and John Carney called me out. He says, "Does that mean you're usually lying?"
Right.
Not gonna lie.
Oh, not gonna lie.
The program is called The Morning After. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA, presented by Brian and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett, just back from a little visit to the Little Wizards room.
Yeah.
Nearly caught you, though.
I know. I heard the bathroom plays some of the stations here, and 101 was on the bathroom, and I heard the Pavel Buchnevich signed puck, which is a promo, meaning we're going to be back here real soon.
You came running down the hallway?
Yeah, I came flying down. Again, slower than I appear, but still made it.
So you're back in time for this story, which is really something else. The Colonel, who joins us on Mondays and Fridays, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who is online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent, and I think the world of him. 450 five-star reviews. The Colonel writes a really good story. This would be recommended reading on Power Mizzou, and you don't have to be a Missouri fan to be interested in it. If anything, you might, if you hate Missouri, and I know plenty of people do, it would be amusing reading. Martin, I don't know how closely you covered the coaching search after Barry Odom was terminated, but are you familiar with...
Loosely. I saw the headline, and I said, I need to read this.
Yes.
Because Jim Sturck was the AD at Mizzou, and they go to those consulting firms, right?
Correct.
And the consulting firm's like, all right, we got this. First, send the money over. Hey, how about that Jeff Monken? He'd be good, wouldn't he? And they came up with a list.
Skip Holtz.
Yeah. And then the board of curators, I think Sunville was on there. I always said they took it and went to Jim Sturck and threw it back at him. They crumpled up his list and said, "You're kidding me?"
They truly did. I mean, in this case, they came back with 3 names, and they did not play well with the board of curators. And they said, "We've got to find somebody else." The name that actually got attached to about to get the job, but it's disputed by sources, is a gentleman by the name of Blake Anderson, Doug, who was the head coach at Arkansas State at the time, and now he is the offensive coordinator at Southern Miss. So he didn't necessarily take off.
No, he didn't.
From that time. And what Gabe's story is, which again is recommended reading, is how a former Missouri offensive lineman, I believe the name is Craig Wilson, and his son was being recruited by Drinkwitz when he was not at Missouri, but I think it might, I don't know what to call which school it was, but either way, really was impressed by him. Might have been Boise State, actually, and recommended as a Missouri fan who played football there that they follow up with Eli Drinkwitz, who he had a relationship with going back to his recruiting of his son, and was adamant that they should talk with him and that he was interested in the job. And Arkansas was trying to hire Drinkwitz. And in the story, Gabe says that Drinkwitz really did not want to go back home. He's from Arkansas, and he didn't want to be in a spot where he was coaching in his home state. And so all of this circuitous pathway led to Drinkwitz becoming the head coach at Missouri. Interesting story. I actually texted the Colonel and said, "Hey, man, that isn't kind of what goes on in 2025 anymore. That was real reporting and really a well done story." And I know it takes some legwork. All of us who've done this, we know that takes some legwork to do that. Well, last night, the Sporting News tweets out a link and a story that is essentially, with just changing words, almost like it was entered into AI, the exact story that Gabe did from original writing and posted it. This is the Sporting News. Now, my understanding of both the Sporting News and Sports Illustrated, and if you are of a certain age, you hold those publications in high regard, in part probably from nostalgia. But what they oftentimes are now are either aggregators or just AI. And so when you looked at the story, it was supposedly written by an actual person. But then when you delved deeper into it, the person's name was what, Jackson?
Al Formicola?
Yeah.
Which
sounds made up.
Well, but like when you put Al with a capital A, lowercase l, it certainly looks like AI.
Exactly. But then they gave him a bio, and they even said he worked at 20 years as a television producer and at Athlon Sports.
Yeah.
And so I was texting with the Colonel this morning about it because Sporting News actually sent out an apology on Twitter, apologizing for it.
Right.
A flat out saying that thank you for bringing this story to our attention. The story was a clear violation of journalistic ethics and has been removed from our website. We apologize to Power Mizzou and Gabe DeArmond that this story was published. So in addition to them removing it, they also created an author page for the guy with a photo, and it said he had worked at Athlon and was in TV for 20 years. All just flat out lies. So what they are doing now...
So this Al Formicola doesn't exist?
Does not exist.
Jesus. I just found the page. There's a picture of him.
Any opportunity that I have to highlight the scum that goes on in our industry, because I think it's played a role in so many different issues that go well beyond the world of our nonsense, I want to highlight this. Now, I saw it and I go, well, that's AI, and I know what they're doing. But the response on both Power Mizzou and Twitter, where Gabe kind of has the same relationship, I think, with his audience that I have with ours. They kind of obsess and love and hate, and it's a weird deal. But they all came to his support because they were so surprised by the fact that this went on. And I'm sure Gabe was irritated because he knows how much he worked on the story. But for the public to go, holy crap, not only did they just steal it, this is clearly original reporting, but then they also create a fake reporter whose name is, like Jackson said, AI, except it's Al Formicola. But if you look at it, it's AI. And I guess that's their, it's, we kind of said it's AI.
Right, yeah. It's a workaround.
That's what's going on now.
Right.
That is our industry. So when you read things or you listen to things, realize that the game is a hell of a lot different, because I'm sure some of you are going, God, I love the Sporting News. Well, you loved the Sporting News when it was an actual publication written by human beings, many of whom lived in St. Louis because of its base. And the same thing with Sports Illustrated. Doug, was that Frank DeFord? Did he have a peach fuzz mustache, or was he just well trimmed?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little Frenchman's mustache.
But he would so often sit when he did the sports report, not the real sports.
Real sports.
And he crossed his legs. He looked like a praying mantis. He had a real unique look. Every great writer in sports would gravitate. I always said to Vahe Gregorian, you need to be at the Sports Illustrated. And not only that, it has the unique name. They always had guys like E.L. Horn, or they always had
E.L. Horn.
That's not a real one, but
I liked it though.
Their names were often really unique. You could tell they were well-schooled, smart people. And boy, that thing just disintegrated. But I guess it still exists in some form, right? Sports Illustrated.
How many people buy magazines anymore?
Yeah. But it's all done for the purpose of CPM business models online.
Yeah.
And that's what these aggregators usually are. So I'm like, when I saw the link as a Power Mizzou reader, I'm like, oh, okay, they just aggregated Gabe's story. And I figured that's what the person who originally posted it on Gabe's site was making reference to. But that was not it. They took the story and then they just copied and pasted it, but changed words. Again, I assume they entered it into ChatGPT or whatever the hell it was.
Right.
And they did link the story, but they're just taking all of the work that he did. And then again, it's written by, they claim, one of their staff writers, when in reality it was just AI.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a huge difference in like a site maybe using and clearly stating this is AI for like a game recap, like a quick 2-paragraph game recap. That's one thing. I still think, give the job to a real person, but that's one thing. But to completely essentially just take someone's work and then, put all this window dressing around it so it looks, it just is really shady. It's really, really shady. And I'm glad
Gabe... he could sue or anything over that, could he? Probably not.
I don't know on the I'm no lawyer, but I would say that I'm just really glad for Gabe that they were able to get that stiffed out. Because that's Gabe's business model, is people paying for his site and reading the stuff he writes, and then you would work that hard on it for some publication to take it for free and just give it away is BS.
Especially something that's all of it, yes, but especially something where you did the deep dive.
Yeah. Right.
And you spent a lot of time.
Yeah.
Is Drinkwitz quoted in there? It'd be interesting if he commented on it.
I remember Sunvold was, and the director of communications who was active in bringing Drinkwitz together, his representation with Jim Sturck, who was the AD, Craig Wilson. And Gabe told the backstory on this. I guess Craig Wilson, who was this offensive lineman, I think he got drafted in the NFL. This was back when they had 9 rounds. So he was, I don't know how many rounds it had. He was a 9th round pick, and it was in the late 80s. So, he was on those, Missouri teams that were rough. But he's a poster on Power Mizzou. It's a message board. And that's how Gabe became aware of his son, Micah Wilson, who would eventually come to Columbia. But it was because of the recruiting that Drinkwitz had done that Craig, I believe I'm getting these names right. I hope I am. If I'm not, I apologize. I'm doing it from memory. Recommended to Missouri, hey, this guy's really good. He's an up-and-comer, and if you don't get him, somebody else is going to get him. And as it turns out, he was on the verge of going to Arkansas. And so Missouri and their group, some members of the board of curators, the athletic department, they fly to an airport 40 minutes, I think it was, from Boone, North Carolina, where Appalachian State is, where Drinkwitz had just completed his first year. And they were so disappointed, disgusted, whatever adjective you want to use, with the 3 names that they were given after the search committee and Sturck got done. Skip Holtz, Blake Anderson, and was Monken the third one?
I always thought that. Okay. He's the coach at Army.
That they're just like, you got to be kidding me. Then if this is what you're going to get us, we might as well have kept Barry Odom.
It was not an inspired list.
No.
And that's why I think at that moment you knew Sturck had no juice. Once that happened, you can't pick out the next football coach. You're the AD. You're done. And the board,
honestly, I think Mike Alden's run in Columbia, in part, had something to do. If you remember when they were about to announce, I don't know if it was Haith or Mike Anderson, that there was an emergency board with the possibility of terminating him. It was not known when they were announcing the head basketball coach if Alden would be the one to do it, because they were pissed about something that went on there.
They've wielded a lot of power for a long time, the board.
Well, in this one, they saved the day. Can you imagine, again, Blake Anderson, who was going to be the head coach replacing Barry Odom, is now an offensive coordinator at Southern Miss. So, significant moment on the timeline. But from the purpose, I realize, if you're an Illinois fan or you don't like college football, whatever, you go, okay, so what? My premise for bringing this up is not that story, which I read a couple days ago and didn't bring up here on TMA. Why I'm bringing it up is this is what is going on in media in general, not locally. I suppose it can happen locally. Sporting news is not local like it was, but that things just get lifted, entered into AI, and then spit out. But not only will that happen, they will create fake people, take a picture, and then claim that this person exists, but not only exists, but worked at Athlon and was a television producer.
Wow. That is just...
And so now you don't believe anything.
Well, I'm on their website.
No matter what you look at, is it real? Is it fake? Is it AI? And how many people really have the interest in checking things out for 20 minutes to find out if the article's real or not real, or AI, or...
Well, I feel like more often than not, people react to headlines than they actually do, because sometimes you're not a subscriber to the site that requires, a paywall.
I'm on their site right now, the Sporting News, and I feel bad for Teddy Ricketson. Teddy Ricketson has written some articles today at the Sporting News.
Teddy Ricketson?
That's the gentleman's name.
All right.
Jeff Hauser has a few articles on there.
So does Gilbert McGregor.
Yeah.
He sounds like Simpson characters.
Yeah, seriously.
It hurts the legitimate people.
Yes, if you're a legitimate writer there, like, oh my God, why are we doing 100%. This? So for Teddy Ricketson, I feel bad doing that great work that he's doing.
Has anyone looked into Teddy Ricketson to find out if he is real?
I'm here to say I have no reason to believe he isn't. So God bless Teddy Ricketson.
It's Curtis Wilson, not Craig Wilson. I apologize. Like I said, I was doing this from memory. Curtis Wilson, former Missouri offensive lineman. His son, Micah, wanted to come to Columbia, but there wasn't an offer there. But they had been talking to Drinkwitz at, I believe, when he was at Boise State. Tim, the main booster responsible for coming up with Pittman's buyout after losing to Memphis is going to come hard after Drinkwitz. That's from Craig O'Neill. That's a 501 area code, and that means he's down there in central Arkansas.
Okay. Well, you would have to come hard if you're going to, because he makes $9 million with a big buyout now, and just recently signed again. It'd take just a boatload of money to pry him loose of Mizzou right now.
I don't think it would happen.
You don't think he would leave Columbia?
No. Not for Arkansas. Well, I think he'd leave Columbia.
Oh, okay.
Not for Arkansas. Not for Arkansas.
Okay.
Not for Arkansas. Yeah, but like if...
That would be a backward step.
Yeah, or some would claim lateral, but backwards or lateral. But like if Penn State came calling somehow, some way, I could see that for sure. Florida, I could probably see. Yeah,
I think the Florida one would make the most sense of those three.
Oh yeah. I don't think. By the way, me saying Penn State, I don't think Penn State is looking to.
I mean, these chants, just a bunch of mobs of just. It's like the crowds,
drunken college kids, probably.
And I do think that Franklin's in a spot where he legitimately could be. Now, whether or not he should be, that's a different conversation.
Right.
Could be.
I mean,
you better believe it.
We saw Ryan Day last. You think back to last and late.
It was a foregone conclusion that he was going to be fired.
Right, and his record, at Ohio State was like unbelievable. But he had a terrible record against Michigan, and like some Ohio State fans would probably tell you that the national championship saved his job, which is crazy.
Jackson, do you think Eli will do the Gator chomp at his opening press conference? That's from Steven Time.
If he were to make the move to Florida, he would do the Gator chomp, of course.
I think if he leaves, he's got to go a little further south. He can really then turn up the accent a little more.
I don't see him going north.
Oh, yeah, agreed.
So that's why I'm
saying. That's why the Penn State thing. I think we were all thinking it.
I thought you were talking about south of like Florida. I was like, USF?
No,
FAU?
If you leave Missouri, I think, because he's got a little south in.
South of Missouri.
And that would play well.
Yes.
Drinkwitz may be at the perfect place for him right now.
Yeah.
Because if you go to Penn State, Florida, Alabama, if you don't win the whole thing, you're in trouble. If you go to Missouri and you got a really good team and you got a shot, everybody loves you.
And I do wonder if it has changed because of NIL. Balancing isn't the right word, but making it less of disparity between the blue bloods and programs like Missouri. I think this Vanderbilt situation might be a one-off, but maybe there'll be some staying power. Texas Tech is an extreme example. I realize Texas Tech is not somebody most people are paying attention to, but that could be a hell of a team, and they literally just had a booster go, okay, let's just buy a defense, and they got a defense, and they are live as hell, but most people probably haven't seen a snap of Texas Tech football this year, but that's a damn good team. They'll be challenged this weekend, though, I think, with Houston. Either way, point being that it used to be okay, kind of like TV jobs. You start in this little market, then you go there, and then you go up, and it's just kind of understood until, if you want to, you go to New York, Chicago, or L.A. Then the game has changed that you go, okay, I'm comfortable here, plus I'm making $9 million a year. I also think the thing for him, but he's a young man in terms of coaching. I think he's 41 or 2.
42, I just read.
And I was watching an interview he did with Mitch Morse, former Missouri guy, played for the Bills. And, he's got daughters who I think are in high school, but he also, I think, has a 6-year-old. If you're in that spot and you don't want to necessarily be moving your family around, and you are, like you said, Martin, not in a spot where you're expected to win a national championship, but if you do win 9 games consistently, it just depends. It just depends on what your ultimate goal is. But if your ultimate goal is to eventually get to one of the blue bloods, I know Florida's been down, but I think Florida would be considered that.
It's funny because this conversation changes dramatically. If they get boot stomped by Alabama and then lose at home to A&M, if all of a sudden then he'll get the James Franklin narrative, like, boy, do you ever win any of the big ones? That could still be coming down the road here.
And it moves so quickly. If Penn State, completes a pass in overtime as opposed to having it picked, James Franklin has some of the highest equity in college, and that is why I don't subscribe to the insta take.
Yeah.
It's got to be a process. At this point, Billy Napier has a sample size of struggling against not just like what Franklin has, which is top 10 opponents. And by the way, he was in the semifinals, and it was an interception against Notre Dame that kept him from having a rematch with Ohio State for the national championship. The counter to that is, well, he beat SMU and Boise State, so, how much of an accomplishment was it really? But, nonetheless, that's how close they were. And that is why I agree with you. When you see a team either dominate a quality opponent or get skull pounded by a quality opponent, that can be more of a commentary than having a big win total, but doing it against teams that aren't necessarily high caliber.
Tim, this Al Formicola is a prolific writer.
Is he really? He's doing a lot of work. Maybe churning out 30 stories a day.
He's got tons and tons of bylines here, all college football. He appears, this Al Formicola appears to be really plugged in on college football. Here's my question for the journalism question for the day is, what should they be required if it is AI generated? Can they just at least say staff report?
No, I think they should have to say this is
AI generated content.
Yes.
Click here.
It should be in bold lettering and big font.
I want to know whose photo they use. There's some guy smiling.
I bet that's an AI photo too. You can just make a AI.
Kind of looks like Alex Bregman. You think they stole one of his?
Alex Bregman.
They stole his photo. He is Al.
Yeah, I guess.
It's so bizarre, but he's got tons of stories.
Yeah, it looked to me like an AI-generated photo, too.
But not all AI is necessarily evil or bad.
No, it's not saying it's
Whenever
evil.
you're looking for information about some random topic, AI can spit it right out for you.
AI has been around for a long time and can be extremely helpful. No doubt. No one's saying the opposite. It's when you're misleading people and taking other people's stuff and then relabeling it and using some fake person. Like that is wrong because that's being...
somebody did some human being make the effort to create Al Formicola?
Right.
Or was the AI...
Did AI create him?
Did AI create the whole thing?
Like
and
it's sentient?
No human even got involved here, and somebody in charge oh, crap, look what happened.
Yeah. It ran away from us.
Yes.
Well, Jackson, they're not happy with you. And
What could I have possibly done now?
Fanboy's delusional as usual about the national viewpoint about the program. That is from Libby Jackie DiCaprio.
Hey, I'm going to defend myself. Doug said that would be a step back, and I said a step back or a lateral move to go to Arkansas. I even said it, even though in my heart of hearts that's absolutely a step down. But I said it to combat. I can't say anything now. I know this. I'm serious.
Don't get frustrated.
No, I'm not frustrated.
DiCaprio is smiling at his handiwork.
No, I'm not frustrated.
October 2nd.
Maybe I'm frustrated.
You just said you can't say anything.
Well, like on my podcast, like on Movie Boy, like I put
Weaves
so much.
in a plug.
That's a better
He weaves
move.
in a plug.
I have to before I say anything, I have to put all these parameters around it. So, because I'm so worried about what people will say in response to it, because everything I say is always like, you're an idiot, you're a dumbass. And I don't say anything back at other people. Like it's 100 against 1, and then
don't pay them no never mind.
What do you mean? That's like the whole thing here.
That's the whole thing here. You
Pay
didn't
no
say-
mind. What am I just supposed to cover my ears?
Yes.
And then I cover my ears, and they're like, "Oh, Jack's not paying attention. Doing Adderall in the bathroom. I can't win."
Doing Adderall. I didn't think it was the Arkansas job is clearly lower than the Mizzou job at this moment.
Don't say that. Libby Jackie DiCaprio will call you an idiot.
It clearly
He's
is.
a Marquette / Mizzou fan.
Yes, clearly it is. There's no arguing that at this moment. I thought maybe they were saying just the mere reference he could go to Florida would make you a fanboy. Like the idea that bigger programs.
I absolutely think he could go to Florida.
For sure.
I'm
But I
saying that
also
people-
agree with what you just said, is if they get throttled.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, this is a really weird set of circumstances with the schedule. We talked about this on my podcast yesterday. If you had $1,000, got cash, and you can go, okay, you get this choice. Missouri either finishes with 0, 1, or 2 losses. That's one bet. Or Missouri finishes with 3 or more losses. You got to hand the man $1,000 one way. I truly do not know where I would go. But saying that right now to a lot of Missouri fans sounds absurd. But when you look at who is on the schedule, and I know you say Arkansas or Mississippi State, although those are the 2 wins. Okay, ask Tennessee about Mississippi State.
Right.
And ask Ole Miss about Arkansas. I realize they just got blown off the field by Notre Dame, but that was in Oxford at night. and they were a fumble away from beating the team that's now, number 4 in the country, I think?
Yep.
Beating the little Southern debutante who grinds on recruits?
Yes.
So my premise is it's like the NFL now, and it's really difficult to handicap it. The one thing I would say is I'd be really surprised if somebody, including take your pick of whomever, got through the SEC undefeated. But either way, it goes real quick, Martin. So I think your point is super valid. Now, at the same time, if they finally beat Alabama, the only team they have not beaten in the SEC, and you got that going into Auburn and Vanderbilt, now all of a sudden the game has changed. And from a playoff perspective, you've got that win over a team that no matter what has gone to Athens and beaten Georgia, even if you would say it's a down Alabama team. At the same time, it would not surprise me, truly would not, if Alabama pounded Vanderbilt this weekend. It's the perfect setup for Vanderbilt going 10.5. Chairman Kurtz on that?
No, I bet him $10. I think Bama's going to roll Vandy, and papers wouldn't take the action.
Yeah,
Kurt did.
But
my team, Bama, has to cover by 10.5. Yeah. I feel like they're on this Michigan deal of 2 years ago, where everybody wrote them off. You guys aren't the real deal, and they're just going to start pounding.
My honest answer is I really don't know, but it is certainly, and I think the Vanderbilt hype is kind of rooted in some things. They beat some brands, and the brands aren't good.
Right.
Virginia Tech and South Carolina being the two that stand out. Like if Missouri had those, and Missouri has one of them, I wouldn't be going, I'd beat Virginia Tech. I didn't beat the Michael Vick Virginia Tech.
Right, and there's something to it as Vanderbilt's been so bad, so now that they're undefeated at this point in the season.
It could be it kind of might have been for those who were sharp enough to be on Notre Dame last week going, yeah, I know they have 2 losses, but the way they lost in Miami and at home against A&M by a point, they're only favored by 4 on an 11 o'clock start in Fayetteville. God, they're handing me money. And then you saw what happened. That could be what winds up happening. But I have to say this. I think Vanderbilt's good.
I do too.
I'm not dismissing it. It just might be Alabama. When it gets down to it, just has so much talent that, especially when you get into the trenches, there's not a whole lot that Vanderbilt can do. So anyway, I'm intrigued. Personally, I wouldn't bet a large amount of money on it, but if it winds up being something like 40-14, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked. All right, we got to take a break. You're welcome to get involved on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Forward Nikola Jovic agreed to a 4-year, $62 million rookie contract extension with the Miami Heat. Sources are telling ESPN's Shams Charania. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
So this is Tom's Diner, and it's by Suzanne Vega.
Yeah, and DNA.
Do you have a problem with Jackson bouncing like he's riding?
Yeah, I don't care for it much. And I prefer the Cardinals and Blues songs.
All right. We'll play one next.
Okay, thank you.
Segment.
I like it. It's a little peppy.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful Thursday to get out, watch some ball strike. Do whatever you want to do. Live your life.
Nice. How about that?
But don't pick on papers.
No,
Enough.
pick on me all you want. I don't care.
I'm going to ball strike today.
Go
you
low.
Ball striking?
Nah. Tomorrow, probably.
Jackson's playing Ambrier on Saturday morning, Martin.
I am. Wow. Never played Ambrier in the morning. It's hard to get a tee time in the morning.
Is the grain difficult?
It's hard to get a tee time in the morning.
Doug was at Ambrier last Friday. Look at this. It's a Friday staple for the show.
Waterloo, Illinois is quietly the capital of Midwestern golf. Very quietly.
Wow,
What in the world?
They got great courses over there.
What's the other one?
They have the Acorns.
Oh, the Acorns.
They have Mystic Oaks.
They had good fried chicken there.
Waterloo Country Club.
That's what I had, fried chicken.
Yeah, they got a good restaurant there.
A neat little town, too.
God, man. Waterloo Country Club. Just these are words that, as a guy, meat and potatoes.
I think Ambrier is nicer.
Tam Avenue.
Ambrier is the premier course out there.
You're just rubbing it in people's faces.
How many country club ownerships and memberships do you have?
Yeah, what are you at now, 10?
Well, if you go, all over the world, it's 10. Just got in at a place in Lake Como.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, you including figures.
He's my member partner.
Member.
George Soros probably belongs there, too.
Is that right?
Jackson went and trained himself in the commercial break. That's how he's going to not engage. He's going to say, is that right? And look down.
Jackie Bayar.
I'm sorry. Some came across my desk.
The desk of Jackie.
The program's The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call 314-889-0503 to talk it over with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Make sure you have a financial advisor. I just cannot say it enough. And Mark Hanna is truly a wonderful person who I have gotten to know here, I guess, about 8 years now. He's been advertising on my podcast and now on TMA, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. He'll customize a plan for you, and now you are closer to your financial goals just by picking up the phone, and you will feel better about your situation because you have clarity and you have a plan, and most importantly, you've controlled what you can control, which is you've taken the first step. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreen-ws.com. So there's a gentleman with the PGA of America by the name of Don Ray, and Jackson, do you happen to have his audio?
I do not. I apologize.
Okay. So he did an interview, and he said that the atmosphere at Bethpage was no different than what the Americans dealt with in Rome 2 years ago. Matt Fitzpatrick, a member of the European team, certainly not known, I guess, for being particularly outspoken, was asked about that yesterday, and he did not appreciate the PGA of America President Don Ray's comments.
What would your message be to Europe's fans for 2 years' time about where they should set their behaviour bar?
I mean, in my opinion, they don't have to do anything differently. That Saturday afternoon is one of the best things I've ever seen in my entire life. Like the chanting, the cheering, the songs, like that's to me is what makes European fans so great versus American fans. Not to say all American fans are under this umbrella of the abuse, because they're not. It's always a small few. I saw the interview that was with the PGA guy discussing about it was the same in Rome, and it was think it's pretty offensive to European fans, the fact that he said that, really. I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone, but we did feel that there was a little bit of bitterness when we got to presented the trophy there and shook the hand. So
can I just clarify, sorry, just when you say you knew when you picked up the trophy that there was a bit of bitterness there, who specifically are you talking about?
Well, the CEO of the PGA in America, it was me and Rosie both looked at each other as if to say, like, that wasn't very heartfelt congratulations, I know that. And and he said we only retained it, but actually we won it, so.
Wow. Now I want to go back and watch the video of the trophy presentation from, he said, PGA guy.
I have to say, I actually saw it, and I thought, is that guy, that struck me as a little...
strange.
Understated, I think, is the word that I would use when I saw it.
Petty? If he was acting that way, that would be petty. Because he told him they retained it. And he's like, no, we won it.
That was what yes. And they were so, and McGinley on the broadcast is like, well, it's important, even though they've retained it, to get that half point. And I think they really wanted to get to 15 points because they didn't want the thing about Hovland getting a free half point for withdrawing to be out there. And I'm maybe going into the weeds, and I realize this now is talking about something on Sunday, and we're doing it on Thursday, but the fact that Hovland got a half point for withdrawing, I think is, and I realize it's been a Ryder Cup rule, but Keegan Bradley said everybody knows that has to change, and Luke Donald, and I disagreed with him on this, and says, well, that's a rule, and there's a reason it's a rule. Whether it benefited America or Europe doesn't matter. It's a stupid rule. Europe could have withdrawn their way to the Ryder Cup on Sunday. It's a ridiculous thing. I didn't even realize it. I was down at Circa, actually, in Las Vegas when I saw Hovland at WD, and I'm like, ooh, that's big. And then I saw that Europe still got a half point, and I thought, kind of...
Yeah, it's outrageous.
You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
Well, Shane Lowry, that putt doesn't win them the Ryder Cup if they don't get that half point. America's still in it.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And again, that was to retain it. They only needed 14 points.
How hard is it to have just an extra player there in case you need them?
First alternate?
It's what every other sport in the world does.
You don't want to be the man in the envelope. Are you aware of the man in the envelope? This guy, when I was seeing this, I knew that this is something that would get you going. The man in the envelope. So if a player withdraws in the Ryder Cup, each captain puts a man in the envelope, and it's the player who doesn't get to play if another player withdraws from the other team. And in the U.S.'s case, Harris English was the player. In other words, Scotty Scheffler would not be the man in the envelope. It's your weakest player.
But what are the odds the name in there was also going to face the guy who had the WD? Isn't that weird?
What do you mean?
Wasn't Hovland, they were going to play each other, right?
English and Hovland.
And so the guy that withdrew,
Hovland,
now is out. Okay, so who are you going to withdraw, right? Because it was English?
Well, they put it out there, but they fill it out before he withdrew.
No, I know, but I'm saying then they.
Oh, is that the way that
Hovland would have played Harris English?
What I'm saying is, so the name that was in the envelope happened to be paired up that day against the guy who withdrew. Isn't that weird?
It's happened 3 other times in the history of the Ryder Cup. I think the last time it happened was 1993, and it's worked for Europe and it's worked for the U.S. But in general, it's just, I think it's like you can withdraw, you're just out, or then you have, like you said, an alternate.
Yeah, agreed.
That seems a very solvable thing. And for Luke Donald to kind of double down, I was like, that's a little thing, because I feel like he's, genuine with his comments. I'm like, that's a
I don't want to get in the weeds either, but if Rory had to withdraw and then they open the envelope and it's Harris English, that's kind of...
I would have, for the American side, for the European side, my guess it would have been Højgaard.
Right. Do you think they find out, like, if you don't need the envelope?
They do not find out.
Okay.
They do not find out. Because I had never heard about this thing until before this year's Ryder Cup, so I was aware of it. And it's also incredibly rare. I mean, it took a car accident for Steve Pate in 1991, and then Sam Torrance of Europe had it happen in 93 with an injury, and he just couldn't play. Doug, Mr. Licks is on the line. When we talk about moving money around the globe, that's who is usually calling in.
Well, sure.
Mr. Licks is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Licks. Doug, what
just happened?
Is that Ed Sheeran?
He's actually on 2 lines.
Okay, we'll try the second one.
Did he put us on hold?
Hi, Mr. Licks.
It's a busy morning.
Why?
Well, Tim, I have to say thank you because you finally got to one of the biggest weekend stories that somehow didn't make it into the dossier on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now it's the 9 o'clock hour on Thursday that we finally are talking about the half-point Hovland story.
No,
we did talk about it. We did. I guess that's unimportant to you, but.
Oh, yeah.
When did you talk about it?
You want the exact minute?
No, just which day?
I guarantee.
I know we talked about it when we talked about the Ryder Cup.
Monday?
Yeah, Monday.
All right. Well, I don't really listen when Tim's not on.
Oh, you
goalposts have been moved.
So what's your point?
So, Jackson,
and have a little energy.
We did talk about it, but he didn't hear it, so it didn't count.
Bingo. That's how it works.
What was that DeBoer audio all about, Jackson?
I thought that's the Gale and DeBoer audio from 720.
We've established I'm not seeing the board great today, so
it probably doesn't help that his name is DeBoer.
Yeah, not great.
And the Midwest capital of golf is Waterloo?
Low key. Telling you. Hey, listen, you want to look down the common man, not me. Waterloo, Illinois, that's blue-collar golf right there. You wouldn't know a thing about that.
I guess Branson would have an argument. They got some good courses down there.
Yeah, probably would be the better answer, but I stick with Waterloo.
Okay.
Have you heard of Kohler?
In Wisconsin?
No, in Idaho.
Was that? I'm asking legitimately, is that in Wisconsin?
Whistling Straits?
Okay.
It is.
Okay. I think I've seen a billboard that calls it like the Malibu of the Midwest.
South of Green Bay.
Yeah.
We could have Keith from
Columbus,
South Milwaukee.
Ohio? Muirfield?
Okay, knock it off
Is that
with
in
this
Dublin?
stuff.
Is Dublin, Ohio? Is there a course there?
Outside Columbus.
Yeah.
That's Chicago? Medina?
Medina.
Oh, that Medina thing could hurt. Lex.
Yeah, it's like Aspen.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not.
Kind of Francesa ask.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I don't get the sports update today was a rookie contract extension, but you won't talk about this whole Kawhi Leonard debacle.
Well, there's not really much to report there, and certainly not that I'm reporting. The Sports Center update is usually, quick, one sentence. The Kawhi Leonard thing is there's a lot of layers to that.
Deep dive.
Yeah.
Leave that to Alf.
Yeah, I'll leave that to Formicola because he does a San Diego State story or something.
I just real quickly, I want to take the anti-Mizzou tack on as far as schedule goes. That I don't want Tinton to have to be the one to go down this road and explain the fact that Mizzou is probably, actually, in my opinion, definitively is not going to win another game the rest of the season.
You think Missouri's going to lose the rest of their games?
Yeah.
Oh wow, this is a defining moment for you, Lex.
Yeah. There's no chance they're competitive against Bama. There's no chance they beat Auburn. Vandy's going to mop them. A&M, Mississippi State. People think Mississippi State's an easy win. They just took Tennessee to overtime, didn't they?
I actually watched that game, and Mississippi State blew it.
Yeah, and they beat Arizona State, who's a good team.
Yeah, Kenny D.
Beat ASU. That's a hard game. And then Oklahoma, and by that time they're going to be 5-6. They're not going to care about beating Arkansas.
Well, this is working off your premise.
Right.
Okay. So what if they don't lose all those games?
Well, that's your premise.
There we go. I'm willing to bet you if the over-under is half a win for the rest of the season, I'll take the over. If you'd be interested in putting your money where your mouth is there.
Wow.
Ooh. Well, he talks about all the money he's got. Seems like a prime opportunity to make some more.
Would you give me?
Here it is.
You
said definitively will lose all their games, and now you want odds.
Will you give me one win? Well, I'm going to put money on it.
You want one? So the over-under is 1?
Sure.
You want that push? Wow. All right, I'll take that too.
How much?
Well, yeah, what are you guys betting?
How much you want, Lex? I'll put 50 on it.
Ooh.
$50?
Yeah, 50 American.
Quicker on the uptake. Let's go.
Okay, deal.
Oh, wow. Look at that, Doug.
Deal.
Okay.
So Mizzou only has to win one game.
If they only win one more, it's a push. If they win 2 more, I get $50.
Okay. So 6-6 is a push. Anything 7-5 and above, Papers wins.
Yep.
Wow. I think Licks, that's a tough hill to climb.
I'm incredibly comfortable with that bet.
Wow.
Cool. Okay. Wow. Did you say debacle earlier? Do the rich pronounce debacle differently than the rest of us?
Well, yeah, like my yard, for example, is FIFA grass, so you can take that and shove it.
Oh, took that off. I don't know what it meant.
Yes, FIFA
Warson Woods Wacko is interested in some action. He says, I will bet all of my money against all the money Licks can steal from his father-in-law that Mizzou will win at least one more game. He really wants some action. Doug, these guys are the ones that are going to have that balance sheet showdown at the Starbucks.
Is that right?
At Clayton and Lindbergh.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if I've already mentioned this, but considering the fact that he's financing his Uber Eats orders, I don't think he's very liquid. Okay?
You know, you can finance your Uber Eats orders.
Like 4 installments.
And lastly, just real quick, I just want to give a quick thank you to Mo for everything he has done. I can only aspire to be as condescending as he was to blue-collar people.
You're on your way.
His ability to patronize working-class fans is something that I appreciate.
Well,
and
thank
yeah, thank you, Mo.
Really?
If you're around, if I'll see you at the Caldy's Ladue, I would love to get you a coffee, whatever you want.
Look at that. What a gesture.
It's kind of a scene there, but yeah. All right. That's all I have. Yeah, thanks so much, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Licks.
sorry
Doug,
to bother
there's a
you.
$50 wager booked between Jackson and Mr. Licks. If Missouri wins 2 games, Jackson's $50.
That's I feel like that's a really bad bet, but he seemed very confident in Mizzou. I could see them losing 3 or 4, but I just don't see him losing 5.
Yeah, I feel very comfortable in the position I'm in.
That was the easiest $50 you'll ever make.
Congratulations on the win.
He says they're going to lose all 7.
Right, and then when called out, he then moved the goalpost.
Okay, but yeah, I think you got 50 coming your way from a guy who said Medina, like in funky cold Medina.
Yeah, funky cold Tone Loc.
And then when he said debacle, I said, "Are we changing the pronunciation?" He moved the goalpost, and he
Hey, listen, I $50. $50.
Yeah, you're in a good position right there. I guess we had a break, but Doug, I'm told Dan Jansen, Chairman Kurt, is on the Callier and Thompson.
Wow, all the greats and all in one segment.
So get your excuses ready for what you have going on, so you don't have to attend anything.
Okay, listen, Dan Jansen is on the Callier and Thompson. Yes, Dan.
Hey, good morning, guys. From number 8 out at Glen Echo for the APGA. Just called in the other day.
Is that the drivable par 4? No, that's
par 5. Gettable par 5.
Yeah, very gettable.
Yeah.
Don't want to be behind the pin on that one.
No.
And a lot of them most of them outdrove the fairway. About 5 or 8 put it across the road.
Damn. Poke.
And which is, it's rock hard out here.
Fair enough. In here too.
And it gives you a terrible lie out of the rough. And the guys that could stick it laid up. Anyway, leading score was yesterday, day 1, 7 under. So today's the finals. So we had talked about it the other day, and just wanted to give you a brief recap as opposed to that last call.
Okay.
And if
we're gonna get a leaderboard or what?
No, just how it's going out here.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
we spent a few minutes talking the other day, and I asked, Michael Wellington what he thought the scores would be, and he said about 5 under. So, anyway, Tim, if you and Jackson want to come out next week, I can arrange it while I'm out here. We got one good day of summer, fall left.
Oh, is that right?
Just one good day?
Really? I looked at the forecast. I thought it was good.
I'm sorry. 1 week. We got one last week of great golf weather. The course is in immaculate shape. So if you guys want to come out, I will get it set up.
Wow. Jackson,
will you pay for it?
It's yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Ball striking. You carry an index there, Dan?
No, not at all. And so, not at all. So, again, we've discussed
I have a problem where I cannot play without gambling. Doug, that is a real problem.
Yeah, I understand
I'll
that.
do it, but then I'm just totally not engaged. It's a really strange thing. It can be for $5, too. It doesn't matter. But I need that.
There will be a game.
Right.
I've got multiple options.
But you're not carrying an index. I mean, you're the kind of guy that I put in the river sometimes. You know, I need a guy with an index.
I understand that. But we'll set something up and we'll make it fair.
Dan, you always sound like you're under great stress. You sound distressed.
No, you have to understand. I'm walking up and down hills on number 8.
Well, fair enough. Sorry we called you.
Why are you walking up and down? What are you doing exactly? You're yelling at fans?
Are you a marshal today?
Yeah, I'm a spotter. I'm a spotter.
Oh.
Okay.
And
seem locked in on the task.
Well, the first group, it was just teed off on number 7. So I had to go from the bottom of 7 to the top of 8. That's why I'm out of breath.
Okay.
Anyway, we had talked about it and sounded like you guys were mildly interested in it, and it's a cool PGA event. And I would encourage in the future, it's free, so if you want to come out and see professional golfers, it's hard to beat.
Okay.
That's all I got.
That's Al Formicola calling in from.
Thank you, Dan. There's Dan Jansen on the Callier Times.
There
you have it. Stephen Time says, I wasn't aware that Dan Jansen could put his CPAP on the back of his golf cart.
He was putting himself.
It'll fit.
He was putting himself to sleep there a little bit. He was uninterested in his own commentary.
Boy, the amount of bleach being offered up is.
I love an unsolicited update on fringe athletics.
Can we have someone calling who isn't out of breath from standing up?
You said the 7T and the 8 green. That's about 14 feet apart. Downhill, by the way.
Skidman wants to know: is it supposed to snow next week?
I mean, the 7T and the 8 green there. I think it's.
Guys, every time Dan calls, my skin crawls off my body knowing the call will be replayed in court someday. That's from Al in Dadeville.
Hello, Vivian.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. That comes up on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, you just heard it from Dan Jansen. We have wonderful weather in the forecast, and that is correct. It is going to be, I'm telling you, that Missouri-Alabama game, we're looking at 80 degrees and sunny next week. Glorious conditions. That's why you want to make sure you do business with Aesthetic Design and Build, because we have had some incredible weather in St. Louis, really even going back to mid-August, and it carries into October now. And then you have a great outdoor living space from Aesthetic Design and Build. Dan, not Jansen, and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. And I've been out there. They walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. And they're truly a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Call Aesthetic Design and Build at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
Blues gonna get that cup again, baby, it's true. Singing Gloria down Market Avenue. Raise your glass, do a little twist. 2025's a championship kiss. Shooby-dooby, cup in the loo. Oh, yeah, we
Doug, you made this request. You got
I like it.
Shooby-dooby.
Al Facula or whoever the sporting news guys was.
Formicola. I wish he would call in.
Could probably arrange that.
Hi, guys. What a great day for sports.
Someone's got to type quickly.
Gosh, and don't you know we're in for a future of all of this where you never know what's real and what isn't. And the future is now.
Hey, it's Biff McClanahan. Welcome in.
I like this.
Mizzou tonight. Blues tomorrow. Guys, everyone stop hazing Jackson. He's doing the best he can with the cast around him.
How about that?
Fishing about sports.
Not necessary. I appreciate it, but not necessary.
Like fishing.
Cast around me is outstanding.
Do you remember when Nico Mikkola was here? Thinking much of him?
No, he's just kind of a guy.
Okay, he's on the front page of ESPN.com this morning for a $40 million extension with the Panthers. And I'm just going, I'm pretty sure he went to the Rangers with Tarasenko in the debacle season and didn't really think much of it. And now he's on the front page of ESPN.com getting a $40 million extension. I'm going, did I miss something when he was here? Fine player, like you said. But I don't know. I don't know if Bill Mikkola runs ESPN.com or if I'm just missing something.
The Blues had him when he was very young. I guess
and maybe he's
considered
coming
a much
to his
better
own.
player. Yeah.
8-year, $40 million extension. Now, I realize it's an AAV of 5, but nonetheless, front page of ESPN is former Blue Nico Mikkola getting an 8-year deal with the two-time Stanley Cup champion Panthers.
That's what happens when you play on a team that wins a cup twice. You get paid.
Now,
Big time.
a counter to that is oftentimes you can't keep it together because you won a cup twice, and you have to let some of the guys go. But in Florida, they've been able to maintain.
Yeah, well, they haven't had that McDavid-level superstar that they got to pay out enormous cash, I guess.
Sounds like you're like Gabe Yarman, and you don't know about Matthew Tkachuk.
Or they're very good players, but he's not McDavid. And Mikkola clearly has blossomed into a player that they really love.
Who'd you rather have, Mikkola or McDavid?
McDavid.
Yikes.
I'd like to manage against you.
314-399-9646. Save it in your phone, and you can make a request that if you do not have a text inbox name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and I see 3 out of 4 here right now, 618-314 and 314 do not, you can get one. Jackson will do it through next Wednesday. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Schaefer Door Company is sponsor of our podcast. If you ever miss anything, do go back and enjoy it on the Schaefer Door Company podcast on the 101 ESPN app, or there is a TMA STL app, or what I do when I go back and watch podcasts, which is I just watch them on YouTube, youtube.com/TMA STL. 6,120 friends of the feather subscribing to the TMA STL channel, and we are grateful for your support of the program. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in approximately an hour. And Ball Knowers Corner is where we are here, Jackson?
Yeah. Why not?
Sometimes we bounce around.
Yeah.
We did Bethpage Bedlam. We had the Sporting News Swipe.
Yeah.
We had Yoff Talk. That's when Ben McDonald became Jackson's new hero.
Yep.
We didn't do Primetime Chaim. That was Chaim with the cat the other day.
And what happened in that conversation?
He talked about the payroll. Bill DeWitt answered about the payroll at the press conference, but Chaim didn't really talk about it, and I liked it because he kind of talks about it with the cat. I thought that was
I'm anxious to hear this.
All right, sure. Love to hear it. Go ahead.
Here you go, Doug.
Please, Bill.
Yeah, right in your ears.
What would you say to a fan that wants to know, based on your discussions with ownership, do you feel, what makes you think they will give you the proper resources you need to get this team to where you want it to be?
Yeah, I just don't think that's ever really been an issue here. And when you look at the long term of their ownership, they've always reinvested back in the club. They've always done the things necessary to sustain winning. And when I look at what's gone on throughout the course of this year, some of those initial investments that I sat down with them a year and a half ago and said, these are really important for us to make if we want to win and win consistently. They've backed that, and they've continued to, as we've talked about things that need to happen within our organization so we can get the most out of our players, so we can bring talent into the organization effectively. They've been there. They've backed everything, and I have confidence that as we go and as this moves forward, they'll be there for what we need to do down the road.
Okay.
Yeah, Doug.
So the answer is
pitching. We got better pitching labs these days.
That's
New
what
computers,
it takes is labs and computers.
I do think some of it was staffing, like just they've thinned a little bit of the amount of head count, and I don't know if that came out of COVID and they kind of trimmed the budget a little bit. I think Katie Wu wrote about that at the end of the year, how the organization had fallen behind. Ollie may have said it at some point too. We're just down in the minor leagues. They just didn't have the staffing they used to have to kind of cultivate and develop the talent.
I guess it kind of feels like they believe players today need more coaching than they once did. Doesn't it feel that way? I mean, we never heard talk like this 15 or 20 years ago. Man, if we could just get some more computers and some labs down there, we'd have better players.
But it's where the game has gone.
Yeah.
Studying tape all the time. Jackson likes it. When we're at Jupiter, you look over there. Oh, there's the 3-1 count room. All they do in there is that's not real, but that's how I imagine.
They did have trailers
That's
out
how
there.
they did have trailers everywhere, and I imagine what's in there. Oh, Bill, he's working on 2-0 pitches.
Right.
But it still almost always gets down to the execution of the play.
Correct.
Can the pitcher make the pitch? Can the hitter catch up to it?
He's been on the job 2 days, and already he's blowing smoke up our ass. Doug, that's from Welland down, and he is not happy with Chaim Bloom.
Well, all he basically said was, no, I'm confident that they're going to give us the resources we need. That's what he said.
He was the most popular he'll ever be on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all downhill until you win a World Series. It's all downhill. Now, like, oh, great offseason, Chaim. Go back to Boston where they didn't even want you. It's coming. It'll be here before you know it, Doug.
I just think it ultimately gets down to who you draft. Can you tell which players are going to continue to improve and get better and grow and get stronger when you pick them as high school or young college players?
I like the line that he had about, it was a headline for the Post-Dispatch. I think it was Benjamin Hockman's column today about Walker and Gorman, which we've talked about ad nauseum. And the quote I saw, I did not read the article, but the quote said, they tested our optimism. I kind of like, that's a polite,
I like that.
That's a polite way of saying, that's not too special, really, this year.
Do you think Walker would be better off starting next year at AAA, at least starting down there? And if you don't get it figured out, can you just not play him for every day for 6 months? Put him at AAA and see what he's got, see if he ever gets over it. If he does, let's have another go at it. If he doesn't, let's cut your losses. You just can't have outfielders that bat .215 with 6 home runs. You can't.
Martin and I are operating on the premise, at least if you're still there on Predictionary, Martin, that he won't be at AAA with the Cardinals. He'll be with a different organization.
That was...
So I have both you down as.
On Gorman or Walker?
Walker. I don't believe we've done one about Gorman. We have done one about Gorman.
I think they'll move on from Gorman and hang on to Walker for another year.
I am with you.
That's my gut feeling.
Yeah.
I can't. That's what I don't remember. I think he's going to be back.
Oh,
Walker.
really?
Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah.
I have you written down as no.
I remember you saying that he wasn't going to be.
Did I really say that?
Yeah.
Maybe that was Dad AI sit in for me.
Al Ford.
I will have to say. Okay, so this is time to decide once and for all.
Yeah, you have 40 seconds to decide.
Oh wow, he's been put on the clock.
So
by
the
players.
question is, do I think Jordan Walker will be on the card? You mean at any time, right? It's not an opening day roster. It's just
I assume this is opening day.
Opening day roster.
Yeah, the question I thought was, do you think he gets traded this offseason?
Yeah.
That was what I thought it was.
Will Jordan Walker be a Cardinal in 2026?
And it doesn't matter minor leagues or big leagues.
Yeah, if he's in the organization.
Okay, we're out of time yet.
Sorry,
Tim. I'm saying yes.
I have no problem. You do what you think is right, because that doesn't impact me in any capacity.
No.
I think, and I'll tell you, I'll be going bat crap if they don't. I think they are going to be shipping people out left and right.
left and right.
I agree with that overall premise.
But you just don't think they will give up on Walker now?
I just think the offers will be so low that they might say, hey, sorry.
I always feel like you come at this with more knowledge than me and Doug do, and so now I'm worried.
Especially because of the change of heart.
Exactly.
I just don't remember saying that.
Well, much like Licks, I don't. I'll have to comb through the audio.
Was a debacle. But I do think you got to move like Newt Bar, Gorman.
Sure.
I do think they're going to move some pieces out. Arnauta, we know is.
I thought they should have moved Newt at the deadline. Maybe they tried, but.
Hey, Martin, Ash is in the car, and I'm making her listen. She's rolling her eyes and said there's no way that Kim listens to this crap. She also said, hi, Tim. Tim is so hot. That's from the recovering alcoholic from
Just listening and learning.
Will Mo live on forever on this show?
Yes.
Probably so.
Yes.
What do you think he is doing a year from now?
Now, that's a great prediction, Eric.
Yeah.
I bet he takes over another team.
Think he's going Rockies? They got an opening.
I wouldn't go there. I would not go there.
Would love to know the overall perception of him around baseball.
Back it up a bit.
Probably
really care.
Probably very positive.
Really care. I like that.
I could see him taking
What was the context on that? Back it up a bit. Don't really care. I really need to know more.
Jackson, was that in your era or did that predate you?
No, predates me for sure.
I'm going to say he's in some type of business world, non-sports a year from now. And I don't know if that means he's consulting with some company or if he's part of some think tank that does whatever.
Yeah, I kind of tell you, I kind of like that play.
Like not sports.
Like consulting, but it's kind of a part. It's like what happens with a college football coach, not saying that he got fired, but a college football coach after he gets whacked, he's like the consultant with the New York Giants. And you go, what? And I think that's what Bielema did, actually, after he got fired on the field in Fayetteville. Yeah, they do these consulting jobs for a year. They don't want to go back in. And then the following year is when they get back into the mix.
Well, you think consulting with like a team? Or
I think I could see it being business.
I think just some kind of business.
I think
somebody like he knows at Old Warson puts him on their board or something. I'm being serious.
I'm curious if you'd ever heard this. I was under the impression that once his tenure on the baseball side came to an end, that the succession plan would kick in. Bill DeWitt III would take over as the chairman. John Mozeliak would take the business side role that Bill DeWitt III had, and then Bloom or somebody else would take over as president of baseball operations. So I thought he would stay with the organization, get away from the baseball side. That's and that was, I don't want to say that was a primary source, but a respected person told me they thought that was what the plan was. And if you remember, Mozeliak said there was talk of him staying with the organization, but he decided he thought it was the best thing to do for him just to move on completely. He said that when he was sitting here last week.
I always thought he would be like a special advisor to Mr. DeWitt.
Yeah.
And some kind of title. And for years, Walt Jocketty was special advisor to the Reds ownership group. I thought he would have a ceremonial title like that.
Wouldn't Tony used to do something like that, too?
He's still with the White Sox.
Right, like consulting.
He was down in Arizona for a while, too.
I'd like to consult.
Well, Arizona, he was the czar, wasn't he? The baseball czar.
He was.
And they traded Swanson, right?
Right. Yeah.
Famously, he and Dave Stewart were running that operation in Arizona. It wasn't great. And then he was an advisor. More the Boston Red Sox is when he was kind of a consultant to Dave Dombrowski, or, part of the Think group.
Guys, he's going to go to Anaheim and win a World Series with Albert as the manager.
Oh,
St.
no.
Louis will burn the arch down. That's from TMA Lister of the Month, MD 2020.
Let's call this a wrap.
I think he may sit out a year and then get back into it with another team. Yeah. Be my guess.
I'd just be surprised if he made a long-term career decision in the next 12 months. I guess that's what I'm saying. So whether it be consultant sitting on, a few different boards, I'd be surprised, like you, Doug, if he hopped right in.
It is a time-consuming job. Like all day, every day, there's something on your plate. And it could be the AAA manager, needs time off. It could be the equipment guy wants to order a bunch. And not everything's on your desk, but it's that job that he held. There was a lot to it. I have a feeling, if I were him, I would do nothing. My God.
Could not agree. When we was sitting here before we started the interview, tell me you're going somewhere on Monday. somewhere great and like for a few weeks because both of his kids are out of the house, I think.
Yeah, one's in college, one's out.
Okay, so he could just pick up and go, sitting on all kinds of money.
Yeah, I think he's going to try. I think he is going to travel a little bit, but then after that, I guess you just get bored. I mean, I don't know. John Smoltz made $150 million, and he's sitting in Secaucus, New Jersey, on a Tuesday talking baseball.
I don't know.
Some people don't like to sit around and do nothing, no matter how much money they have. That's how they got the money in the first place, is working hard. That's what they
just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
See?
Guys, I heard Aaron Judge's hitting coach lives in St. Charles, Missouri. It would seem like a no-brainer to get this guy to work with Jordan Walker, especially considering their similar body types. Thoughts? That's from Marsha. Doug, you interviewed for Sound Story.
Right.
How about this, Martin? And it was he like reluctantly brought it up, right?
No, it wasn't really reluctantly. I just said, so what are you doing now with yourself? He says, oh, I'm Aaron Judge's personal hitting coach. I said, what? Then he got up and started showing me the things he taught Aaron Judge to hit. So I thought, I'll be darned.
How about that?
And he's all over YouTube now doing it. So
that's
I just didn't know. I didn't know going in. For somehow he didn't say that. Nobody told me that.
That is insane.
Yeah.
I've heard that before, and I would like to know a little more about it, but that's fascinating.
So get him with Walker.
It does help to be 6'7", 270 pounds.
Right.
There is that. There's a lot of. I don't doubt that he's really helped him become the best hitter in baseball, but natural talent goes a long way too.
How about Predictionary, Jackson?
What else are we going on?
Within the next year, unsolicited, Mo will text into this show.
Into the text line?
Well, no.
That'd be the greatest.
No, okay, not the
We're going to have 700 burner texts from Mizzou like
It's
this.
Arbor Day.
Yeah, right.
Not the text line. No,
But like text one,
I'll
like text you
me or Tim or
Right.
something, and just say, "Great show, guys." Or something to kind of poke the.
Can I bet no?
You can bet anything you want.
I'll bet no.
Then he'll text like, well,
you or me or
text-
something during the
it'd
show.
be-
Like
it'd be you. You're
Anybody would say
closer.
something like, "Geez, you guys haven't gotten any better," or something stupid, sarcastic.
I'm going to short that, Mark.
Okay.
I'm going against it.
I'm with you there.
Maybe he'll just get into talk radio and spit hot takes.
I could see him coming on.
Yeah, well, I think he'd love to
Well, I mean,
come on. Yeah.
But like doing it and having fun with it. I think, but I also truly think in this case, unlike when Tony La Russa said he would hear our show because Joe Patini had borrowed it and put it on, I don't know if Mozeliak would be listening to it in his free time.
I think just bored randomly.
Yeah.
Give me your fucking feet.
That's what goes on in
mic
Gabe's
drop.
post-game program.
I'm going to say yes.
I think if you're involved in a
You don't hurt
team
me.
and in the day-to-day competitive nature that a team allows you to be in, it would be tough to leave that for good.
Right.
It's hard not to be a part of that team. Oh, okay, we got another game tonight. Let's go get it.
I bet he'll feel
just
that.
To drop that completely would be hard.
Next spring, I bet he'll feel that more than he probably feels it right this very second.
Probably so. Yeah.
Boy, Aaron Judge is 282 pounds. 6'7", 280. That's like LeBron in Miami. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Come on, Judge, pay the man so he can move out of St. Charles to Stephen Wildwood.
Oh, come on.
Is it odd to have your personal hitting coach not anywhere near where you play?
Well, and how is that allowed? Because Jim Edmonds was torqued up. They didn't want him having guys
Maybe
in his
in
basement.
He was located in Frontenac, too.
Yeah, he just wanted people to come over and swing.
Right.
I suppose when you look at what
He's
Judge
so
has
mad he
done,
quit all media.
when you look at what Judge has done, whatever he's doing, I'm sure they say, you just keep doing what you're doing.
Who am I to question?
I'd like to be Albert's hitting coach.
Yeah.
Just swing harder, man. Just swing harder. Okay. I think he's getting that Angels job. And then I was told that do not expect Yachty to be on the staff.
Oh, wow.
Of the Angels?
Because I think a lot of people were just guessing online. Wait for it. Albert gets the job, which I think he will. And they said, and then then he'll hire Molina, and Cardinal fans will really be going crazy. I don't think that's going to happen.
How much do you think that personal service agreement has to do with the possibility?
I don't know. I would like to ask.
Totally immaterial.
I mean, I
Really?
think if he wanted to be the manager of the Cardinals or the Cubs, I'm sure the Angels are like, all right, well, we're not going to pay $1 million next year to be. Like, that's fine.
Right, but I'm talking about like if there's a sign between him and Torrey Hunter, and they're already paying Albert $1 million a year.
I don't think they
doesn't
care
matter.
about that.
Okay,
I feel that way about the
guys
extension.
Like that kind of money.
Sure, I get it.
Me paying $2 to somebody.
I feel that way about an Ollie extension. People, oh no, I mean, I think it's done for optics. You can fire anybody, and he's not making. Somebody yesterday said they can't afford to pay him $4 million not to manage. He's not getting paid $4 million. You can extend him, and if you want to fire him, you can still fire him.
Kurt is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Not Kurt Garner, but just Kurt is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Kurt, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I had an issue. So last week, I was just kind of on Instagram going through the stories, and KMOV just out of nowhere just like post the CBC score from the football game, and then like their Instagram feed is showing me CBC highlights, and I'm just curious why I'm being groomed for CBC. Like, I was curious if Doug could explain why Channel 4, like,
Yeah,
why
Doug.
are you guys doing that at Channel 4?
You're being groomed by CBC football highlights?
Yeah, why are you guys deciding to do that?
Well, I don't work there and haven't for 4 years. 4 long years.
And now you're at Channel 5?
They have a photographer or two that can go out and shoot highlights. Not every game, but some games. CBC's usually very good, so they get a little more attention than some other schools. I assume that's why. They went to CBC that night, played a big game. They had highlights
I
of it.
think I have an answer, and I'm being serious. On Channel 4 has the alternate channel, the Matrix Midwest or something, right? That's kind of their sport. And they carry CBC football games.
Really? Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious. They have a Mizzou show. I think Carricker has a show. So I get that it's the Matrix,
So
the Midwest.
CBC has an official affiliate.
With
We are being groomed.
So I think they're probably pushing that material out because they have a partnership to carry their games. That's my.
You're getting owned right now.
Is that like a rights holder thing then? Like, are they paying for that privilege?
I don't know. I don't work there. I have nothing to do with it. Nothing. I've never even seen it.
But, like, I mean, you're kind of like, isn't there like an emeritus sports director position?
Emeritus?
Medina.
Is this
Something like that, yeah.
Sports
Are you
director
like an-
emeritus. No, there isn't. There absolutely is not.
And would that be Zipper Zep if there was?
Probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
But surely they, like, ask you for your opinion.
No, I'm not there anymore. I haven't been. Back to you, Steve.
All right. I'm uncomfortable with it. I don't know.
Hey, what was this, Kurt? Kurt, real quick. You have an affinity for porta potties.
An affinity for porta potties?
That's
You
right.
repeated the question. No, okay, just checking. The text line thinks you may. Okay.
Oh, they think I'm the guy that had in the porta potty and got pissed on? Right.
A little bit.
In so many words. Thanks. Best call in a while.
People said it feels very 920.
Yeah. that was the peak of the show when we were 920.
Let Kurt cook.
I knew I had to make up for the Dan Jansen one.
Great call. This caller can sleep with my wife. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster.
Well, I'm being called a groomer.
So you're grooming people to CBC
I'm
football?
not grooming anyone to go nowheres. I didn't know that they had some sort of
I
deal
had
with
no idea
CBC.
either, Martin. I guess as a CBC alum, you're aware of that. I had no idea that CBC is who's St. Louis U High's affiliate. I need to know this stuff.
Your junior Bills are 5-0 this year. How about
and
that?
I might take my boys over to the patron saint of the Peach Fuzz Mustache tomorrow night because they're taking on Vianney, 7 o'clock. Well, how about that? How about that?
Yeah, I knew that. I knew because Channel 4 would promote it, that they were carrying the games on.
that?
I think their secondary channel, they're trying to get anything they can to get traction, which I'm not taking a shot, and that's what you have to do. They do a lot of stuff with Drinkwitz and Mizzou.
How is Fire Up CB this year? I don't think SLU's beaten them since I was there when I was playing quarterback.
Remember when they used to play at Busch Stadium?
Oh, yeah, the stadium
game.
Mark Lamping, every time I would see him, Tim's in on the hats for the Cardinals.
Yes, Navy hats.
When I would see Lamping, I'd say, let's bring back the stadium game. It was always SLU CBC, DeSmet Vianney. And Lamping's like, oh, the stadium thing again? I'm like, yeah, the stadium game. I'm sure Billy Finley, the groundskeeper, would love that, tearing up the turf mid-October. Well, why don't we should get the kids and go to the SLU CB game this year.
How about that?
All right. Bring your dad would be representing both sides.
Goes, Timmy, you can't be on the air telling people that I told you to go to St. Louis U High. My buddies at CBC really don't appreciate it. I go, but you did. I know, but don't say it on the radio, damn it. I don't need that crap from these guys. Missy, give me a bush.
Oh. Is that game at Fire Up CB or is it down at the?
I should. Doug probably knows because it's on Channel 4.
I don't know. I'm not there.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. I think my favorite part of the Costas call that got a lot of notoriety for a lot of reasons was he started with, Doug, for whatever reason, I watched your interview with Frank. And he rather enjoyed it. Self-deprecating. Tim, the game is at SLU.
Yes.
Friday, October 17th.
The Jackson's throwing up the U.
At the U?
That's where Ladue would play their home games. We didn't have lights.
You had them where?
At SLU High.
Oh, is that right?
For football, yeah. I know. Naturally, we call it Gatorade.
They wouldn't let you put up, Mr. Licks wouldn't let you put up lights.
Well, now we'll do it now as a gorgeous football stadium with lights, but they didn't used to.
You buy a house right next to a high school, you got to figure there's going to be a game on Friday night.
Did Yanni have some kind of issue with lights? That was like
not too long ago.
It's like 5 dates a year, and it'll be over by 10.
Yeah, it's like buying a house on a golf course and being mad that there's a golf ball in your backyard.
It's crazy. I agree with you, Doug.
Look at that. We came to a union.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lockstep.
After all that's been said and done.
Now CBC guys are texting me, lay off my cadets, McKernan. It's from a buddy of mine on my phone.
Oh.
Fire Up's a gorgeous football field at CBC.
And you said that's at SLU, Martin?
It appears to be the October 17th, Friday, October 17th.
I'm playing a charity golf tournament that day with my dad. We could just shoot on down. Pick up the boys. Yeah.
If your dad wants to feel any better, I was doing a live KTRS show from spring training, and I'm on the headset, and they asked my wife, Kim, to come on the show. And the producer is from the U-High back at the studios in St. Louis. And he said, Kim, what are you thinking for that Carson? What's the plan with him? And she said, he's pretty smart. He'll probably go to SLU. And I'm like, okay, I'm out.
God bless her. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's coming up at approximately 10:45. Martin is heading to onboarding. Who handles onboarding now that Chaim has his president of baseball?
Well, Chaim was just in the class with me. He was just part of the class.
Right.
And then we've got the new midday guy from the Bull. Do we have the Bull? Which one do we have down there?
No, we don't.
You really might have an onboarding meeting now.
Sorry.
That's our tribal.
From the Hammer. No, the new station we bought. The new guy, the new midday guy from the Hammer sits next to me, and he learns a little bit about corporate speak, including which stations we own and which ones we don't own. That'll probably be the first topic today. I'm a big WIL guy.
That's the thing. You always thought Martin was just leaving at 10 o'clock. No, there's real onboarding.
He's going to the Bull.
That didn't go well.
I disagree.
All right, Martin's heading to onboarding. We're heading into the 10 o'clock hour. The program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen at 101 ESPN. Oh, what an opportunity here for our audience to make some money with one of our sponsors, and that is Psychiatric Care and Research Center. If you are interested, go to pcrc-stl.com. Here is the background. It's Dr. John Canelli. He has 40-plus years in practice and 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials, and he's doing clinical research studies on anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for both your time and your travel, and the office is in O'Fallon, Missouri, so you're not like going across the country here. It's Dr. John Canelli and Psychiatric Care and Research Center online at pcrc-stl.com, or if you are interested, call 636-244-3593. That's Psychiatric Care and Research Center online at pcrc-stl.com. If you are interested in making some money and participating in these studies, pcrc-stl.com. Is this Paramore, Doug?
I don't know who this is, Doug.
Yeah.
And what's going on here?
Yeah, it's a good little tune.
Is it like Haley's birthday or something?
I don't think so. This is the banger.
But I didn't know if there was like a reason you're playing it.
No, not really. When I ride my bike and I have a big uphill, I like putting on something like this. Really get me going through it.
When you ride your little bicycle?
Little bicycle. I'm not like, it's not a Schwinn. No offense.
Yeah, you knew I had a Schwinn.
Did you?
Interesting. Yeah.
10-speed?
No, dirt bike, South City.
Yeah, dirt bike?
With pegs, and not the good kind.
Right. Would you let anyone ride on your pegs?
Of course.
Did you ever take a huge spill?
Yeah. Not fun.
Bicycles are really pretty dangerous.
Yeah. Fun exercise.
Some horrible
But we would build ramps in the creek at Francis Park, and then we would go into the creek and then shoot up via the ramp right there by where the playground
like
is.
a
the
long
handball
flume?
courts.
Okay.
I knew a guy that took a spill on a bike, went over the handlebars, and one of the handlebars punctured his stomach and went into his stomach.
Oh, a friend of mine went ass over tea kettle, broke his neck on a bike.
Oh.
Haley is in interviews defecating on Josh Farrow. Doug, what does that mean?
I don't know.
It's from the amateur proctologist, Jackson? Is that why you played it?
No.
Those are probably some of the cases you get if you are the amateur proctologist. You're not the pro.
Yeah,
of course, Libby Jack thinks this lame song's a banger. Jesus. It's from Eric in the Central West End.
Open-minded Eric in the Central West End. But, yeah, I like the song.
Did Jackson just talk about riding his Whittle bike whilst listening to this chick band? That tracks. Jesus, that's from Big Tuft. And they're coming in fast and furious now, unfortunately.
I believe Haley Williams is the only woman in the band.
I think you're right.
But regardless, yeah, I like to ride my bike and listen to this little tune.
Guys, I had a Huffy. I'm true Southside, St. John the Baptist alum, and a pour. That's from the Unknown DJ. I have to say, I agree with that. That's that Greg Amsinger, Doug. He's St. John the Baptist.
Oh, is he really?
And I know there's only a portion of the audience that knows, but it is a classic case of if you know, you know. And when I had Amsinger on my podcast, and he was saying, I'm South City, and I go, I didn't know that. Where? And he goes, St. John the Baptist. I almost fell out of the chair. I go, oh, my God. I mean, the fact that you're alive is a story, much less that you're making a bunch of money and living in New York. Forget about it.
Is that the best way to describe like where you kind of grew up in South City? Is like what parish? Yeah, okay.
100%.
Makes sense.
But I realize if you're outside of this little world in which I grew up, it means nothing to you.
Because I have no idea where that is.
And it was a tough hood?
It was legit. That was legit. That's like Dutchtown.
Okay.
But that clearly means nothing also. in this,
not to me, but
means something to some people in the audience. But I
sure.
realize probably like 90%, like, what in the hell are you talking about?
Right.
But yeah, like when Amsinger told me that, and I didn't know that. I mean, we knew each other. But I guess I did my podcast interview with him over the phone. And I'm like, holy crap. Brother, that's a story. That's a story. That's like
that he
Rudy.
survived grade school.
That he got to what he's doing from. That's just not common. I'm just telling you, that's the way that it is. Not just like in that industry. Athletically, things like that, of course, happen. But like in our industry, that's just a different deal. So tip of the cap. I think he was part of a big family too. Good guy.
I love him.
I enjoy watching, even if he had no ties to St. Louis or we didn't know him. I'm like, I enjoy watching him on MLB Network.
That Harold Reynolds has one of the best voices in all of media. He could read the phone book. I'd love to listen to it.
That's a surprising take.
He's got like a real smooth, natural broadcast voice. I really like it. Really, really like it.
I'm not saying he doesn't. It's just not the one that would come to mind for me.
Yeah, well, I live in the periphery.
Do you really?
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah,
That's where you live, though.
Yeah, I stay mainstream. I'll take the side roads.
Huh. Well, all right. Might take a side road right into the garage someday, and maybe that garage door won't open. And then you're going to say, hey, I'm on the side roads, but I bet Schaefer Door would still come out and take care of it. And yes, they would. They'll get you wherever you are in the St. Louis area. Schaefer Door can take care of any kind of garage door problem you have. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. And one thing Schaefer Door has is that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors. If you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer Doors experience in those types of jobs as well. They get right out to you if you call them or text at 636-782-3232. 3608. I've had to call Jason Gostro and his crew a few times to take on my garage door, and they're not going to sell you a big, giant door if you don't need it. Their service techs are not commission-based. They just want to get the job done, so you will be happy. Their website is SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Well, who knew that we had this many St. John the Baptist alums listening to the program? But look at this text inbox here. Left and right. St. John the Baptist is right in the shadow of Bevo Mill, Chairman. That's from Man Bay 2004. St. John the Baptist is Bevo's son. Respect it. That's from the Grumpy Cornhole. 92% of Sorrow's girls now have OnlyFans. That's from the River to Bay.
That seems like a high number.
Is that a stat?
It's a lot.
That school no longer exists.
I mean, think if you graduate 40 kids, that's still, I mean, that's a lot.
The Bevo neighborhood.
Here comes Libby Kimmel on a Thursday morning. Not today, pal! That's from Gooner Reloaded.
What did I say?
I don't even know what you said.
What did I do?
I think living on the periphery got him.
Oh, okay.
Tim, I love you, and that's all I'm going to say. That's from Doug's cranky disposition. Doug, St. John the Baptist is in the Bevo neighborhood. It was St. Anthony of Padua that was in Dutchtown.
Okay.
Padawan?
The Bevo neighborhood is mostly Bosnian now, right?
Doug?
I think it is. I think it's mostly Bosnian now.
My buddies who lived in St. John the Baptist Parish were like Vietnam vets to me, some brave survivors. That's from Arbor Day.
Isn't this just in South City?
I'm telling you, I know what you think of. You think of going to get a frozen custard in my neighborhood. And I say South City to try and make me meat and potatoes, when honestly I'm playing in another member guest tomorrow and won't be here. And it's my own. But those of us who know are like, oh, you're Our Lady of Sorrows. Okay. Oh, you're St. Joan of Arc. Okay. Oh, you're Epiphany. Oh, okay.
St. Raphael?
Oh, okay. And then somebody goes, I'm St. John the Baptist. I go, oh.
I'm taking your word
See
for
what I'm
it.
saying?
You're mistress that
all
city.
these alums who are texting in from St. John the Baptist. Number one, tip of the cap for being able to play baseball in jeans. But number two, major respect.
They showed up in jeans to play CYC baseball.
And I'm telling you, in fourth grade, had peach fuzz mustaches. Unbelievable.
Oh, really?
Didn't you have that kid who would drive to the games in seventh grade?
No, he drove to seventh grade. And would do donuts in the parking lot. And everybody's like, man, he's the coolest. It's like Beavis and Butthead. Todd's cool.
That's being held back at least 3 years.
Did he go to the
Blast and White Snake?
Did you think he went to the administrators like, where's the student parking?
This truly happened.
If you're driving to the seventh grade, if you're smart enough to get the license, you probably shouldn't have been held back 3 years. It
They
means
probably
to me
shouldn't
you're
give
not
you the
trying.
license.
It was political.
You're not trying in school.
If you go to the license bureau and they say, here you go, and it's like, all right, I got to go back to middle school, I'd be like, oh, God.
Oh, it did happen. It did happen.
It's tough.
And then the best part is we didn't really blink.
Yeah, normal. This is the thing.
Are we going to have anybody driving to seventh grade? That's what I thought.
I would try to get them on the team. I would try to get them on the basketball, throw them in the low post. No way anyone could guard them.
Let's see what I got. I got Brown and Crouppen as a presenting sponsor of this program. Great to have them on board. They extended their contract to be the TMA title sponsor into 2026, and we are grateful for the support of Brown and Crouppen on this program. We ask that you support the sponsors. That's the name of the game, brownandcrouppen.com, or by calling 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, longtime TMA sponsor. And here's the thing. If you have a need for a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who is local? They know the legal environment in the St. Louis area. Well, that's what you have with Brown and Crouppen. They're not just doing spots from far away. They're right here. That's why you can hear Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen in studio on Tuesdays. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you. Free. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them here on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Send your emails in for the upcoming Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today, and proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder why they decided to partner with a winning program like this one right here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues Senators action right here on 101 ESPN this evening with the pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour. Little Jackie Papers. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, men. Have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore? Struggling to focus? No energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we're all becoming our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. But it could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help change that, whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off. Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. You're welcome to participate by texting in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can also participate in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and they watch the show. Doug, 241 are in there talking it over right now.
Okay, that's nice. Nice number.
Yeah.
Just watch away.
And talk it over. The Legend of Columbia has been in there the entire show.
Really?
Yeah. Jackson has not announced whether or not he's going to Columbia next week.
Things are looking like it might happen.
Oh, something has developed here in the last 24 hours.
Yeah,
got your tickets?
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
You got your tickets?
I got some working. I got some working.
I am in need of 4 tickets.
4?
I don't know if I need to get a ticket for my 3-year-old. Doug, do you know what the policy is?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think you would.
I don't know.
I
He's right there at the
I realize
borderline.
he doesn't have an ID, so... Anyway, point being that for sure I'm taking my wife and my 8-year-old, and we are taking the 3-year-old, and we will be spending the night on Friday night. Got the hotel, the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia, and I'm just like, we're just going to do it. And you support that, and I listen to you for parenting advice.
Yeah, I'd do it. Mm-hmm.
Because I think in 3 or 4 years, the 8-year-old's going to want nothing to do with this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, Saturdays are going to be taken up with their own games and birthday parties and everything else.
Yeah, so my 3-year-old's first game will be Roll, Tide, Roll. 11 o'clock kickoff. And we'll spend the night there, and then we'll head back following the game, and the family will sit in silence as we listen to Gabe's post-game show.
Right. If they even dare speak.
It's understood.
Really?
Yeah.
It's understood.
Right.
Yeah.
You telling you'll turn this car around and go right back?
We'll go right back to Columbia.
Right.
And we'll spend another night at the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia.
Are you sure he's not 2 years old?
No.
Okay, because if he's 2 years old, I'm not sure that you'll need a ticket. If he's 3, you may need one.
There you go.
But you wouldn't take up like the bleacher allotment, which Lord knows that people overtake on the bleacher allotment. I have a real issue with that.
Yes, that does happen.
Oh, it's the seat back things. It's those seat back things. They take up way too much space, and
interesting. That's your reason for why.
I saw one where it was eight in a row. Like 2 families each had the seat backs. For people who don't know, it's all bleachers at Faroe Field, and you can buy like these black detachable seat backs on there, so you can have backrest. But they take up too much space. This poor kid next to the 8 people didn't have room on his side of the bleacher to sit.
Start pushing him.
And that's why I said, I was like, dude, he turned around and apologized to us because he's like, I have to stand the whole game. I can't. I was like, dude, you got to tell those people that they can't take up that much room. Like, you are allowed to seat. You have a ticket. You are allowed to seat. These people can't just take up all this room. Mm-hmm. It's a real problem.
Well, how fat are these people that they're taking up more than one seat?
Some of them were wide.
Oh,
some of them,
shaming.
but it wasn't. But that's not even it. It's the seat backs. They take up too much room, or people are putting them in wrong.
Yeah,
frustrating.
So you're going.
It's the plan.
What if you go to sit down and someone's taking up too much room with the seat back and there's no place for you to sit at all?
I'd have a polite conversation about how we could remedy that.
And what if he says, I'm not moving?
I think I could be able to work it out.
You think you'd have that conversation?
I think, yeah. I think you can be polite about it and say, hey, I bought a seat.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Didn't you struggle to talk to the person that was loud at the movie theater?
Yeah, but that wasn't like stopping me from like sitting in my seat. Like, that's a real, like, I mean, I don't think those are apples and oranges. I understand you're playing devil's advocate, but that's apples and oranges.
Okay.
And by the way, it's still always your own guy.
That's been a theme ever since Martin called out the Kalen DeBoer audio.
Yeah.
Doug, that goes back to, it was the skies were still dark in the morning here in St. Louis when the
And
Kalen
I can't
DeBoer
see a
audio.
lick, by the way.
Or are we at that time of year where I need to close the blinds? This is a tradition going back to the balloon party
I've been
days.
flying this plane blind for about an hour now.
Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA. TMA show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. 100 West Dental, longtime TMA sponsor, and we are grateful for Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff support of the show. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. They're on Manchester in Baldwin, and you can sign up to go and see them by not even making a phone call. Just go online at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. And even if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you are not sure you want to get Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that will show you a simulation of what it will look like before you go through with the procedure. It's 100westdental.com. Go online at 100westdental.com, or if you would like to call, the number is 636-585-0100. Doug, a great deal of surprising concern regarding me taking my 3-year-old. I do need to add the disclaimer that I added on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Jackson and I recorded it yesterday. What's the title of yesterday's episode?
It's episode 693.
Doug, what are we going to do for episode 700? Ellen Reese will be on.
Episode 693 is titled, My Wife is Straight and It's Her Fault.
Oh.
You know what? That
he doesn't
reminded me
like that?
He being me.
Oh. Well, you wouldn't have kids if she wasn't straight, though, right?
Well, she could be bisexual.
Great point. Great wish. That was my birthday wish.
Blowing out the candles.
Exactly. That's the thing, actually. Trying to think about, when we were having dinner. And like somebody came, so like the busboy came over, and I looked at him like, you don't know what you're interrupting right now over here.
You were brokering a deal.
Tim, you do not want to take the youngster to the South Carolina game, but you will take him to the Roll Tide game? No way. Sorry, but the kid has to stay with the grandparents. Also, being the Mizzou icon that you are, you probably don't need any tickets for you and the family. That's from Ian LaPerriere. Doug, that's Lappy.
This could very well turn out to be the first memory that your youngest child has of his whole life. When he's 20 years old, he may look back and say, the first thing I remember is going to that Mizzou game.
And based on the genetics that he is inheriting, there's a good chance that he could be Missouri's left tackle now in 15 years.
I would expect that. He's got every reason to think he's going to be 6'7", 330 pounds.
You guys want to take an early bet on the win total for that year?
If he's the starting left tackle.
You think he could stop the edge rusher from Georgia?
Who is probably already like my size.
Right.
Well, it's a great, Lappy, that's why you're one of the greats. You're right. Here's the agreement that my wife really, she's like, I'm addicted to this now after we went down for the South Carolina-Kansas game. And obviously, she went to Missouri as well. She goes, I don't know why more people wouldn't do this. And I go, well, once you experience a college football atmosphere, it is the greatest. Mm-hmm. But the games that we've gone to in the last 2 years have been ridiculous. Vanderbilt, Auburn last year, and then this year Kansas and South Carolina. My true candor, and I'll say it now, even though I shouldn't, but I will, because I got to be honest with the audience, Doug, that's in the contract, and that is, I don't think Missouri wins next Saturday. And I'm obviously hopeful, but I don't think that it's just a secondary situation. And it's a bad matchup situation, but I hope I'm wrong. And if Missouri's offense really relies on the running game, what's it going to be like if they're down 2 scores? With that all said, I certainly will be cheering, and then that'll allow, what do you call them, Jackson, the hillbilly community?
Yeah.
To text in and go, how do you feel about your Missouri-Alabama prediction now? And I'm the happiest damn guy ever. That's fine. Get your tweets off. It's fine. I'll be at the game with my family. We have 2 different scores for keeping track of happiness. But my wife said, if he starts acting up, I'll just walk out so you can sit there with the older son. I said, there you go. We got a deal. That's it. The deal was closed, just like that.
Oh, you would make her do that?
Yes, that's correct. That is 100%.
Well, he's still taking care of. He's still taking care of. Someone's got to take care of the 8-year-old.
Exactly right.
This is like a matchup defense here. He's got the 8-year-old.
How about you leave with the 3-year-old and allow your lovely wife to stay there?
Then I'll tell you what we can do. We can stay back in St. Louis so I don't pay for the hotel and I don't pay for the tickets.
Oh, gosh.
And I can just sleep in my own bed, not probably with 3 other people, and not the good way, like I was hoping in Las Vegas. That didn't happen.
What a turn.
Thank you. 2 weeks later, I'm at the Ritz-Carlton in Columbia.
At one point,
Indoor pool smells good, though.
At one point, I
like
had
indoor pool.
5 in the bed and a dog and a cat, all on the same bed.
That's hot, man.
And I kept thinking, why didn't I just buy a double-wide trailer?
It's a
Why
fair
did I get a
question.
4-bedroom house?
Fair question.
Just hearing you guys talking about going to a Bama game gives me PTSD. That's from Alan Dadeville. 0-4 record seeing Bama in person. Doug, it's been rough for the Georgia Bulldogs against Roll Tide, whether it's Saban or DeBoer.
I won my bet on that play, and I was happy, but I legitimately felt bad because I love Alan Dadeville, and that's a tough.
He called it, though. He said after they lost to Florida State, he says, it doesn't matter. They're going to come to Georgia, and they're going to win.
Yep.
And sure enough, they did.
He nailed
that
it.
That line was the strangest spread of the season, that Alabama was only a 2.5-point underdog.
It's the biggest lean into the stink ever. It's the biggest lean into the stink ever.
I just kept going, is there did Georgia's offensive line all pass away? What in the hell happened here? All right, got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues and Senators right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I want to make sure I'm in the filter file. Doug, you're passionate about that.
Yeah, really. It means a lot to me. And it always has, really, going back many, many years. That filtered file has really been my bailiwick.
Morning, Bottoms. I remember growing up on the mean streets of South City. When I was in kindergarten, anytime I saw one of the 7th graders hand his cigarette to one of his friends, I knew I was in for an arse beating. I would love to run into one of those punks now and punch him right in the cigarette-induced hole in his neck. Sincerely, the screaming for vengeance, burning drip mushroom tip.
Burning drip mushroom tip.
Hello, boys. I wanted to provide a little support for Ho Chi Papers this morning. He appears to be having a hard time of it.
I disagree.
You just be you, Ajax. Say what's on your mind and don't worry about what anyone else thinks. That's just fine with me. You are a beautiful butterfly. Your body is a wonderland. Is that John Mayer 2001?
I don't know the
Is that
years.
really that long ago? Oh,
2001.
Wow.
You're almost as wonderful as cake to a fat kid.
Kink?
I need you like the needle needs the vein. If your face was on a shirt, damn it, I would buy that shirt. It's from Jake in St. Genevieve.
Nice. Jake in St. Gen.
I was so excited about my new sandals. Size 15 wide are so hard to find. But now I'm at the office scraping the yellowish-brown fungus discoloration from under my toenails with a flathead screwdriver to minimize my public embarrassment.
Yeah.
Doug, that's from Midge.
Midge. Toenail issues.
I think that it is pretty clear now that the threats from big oil and big pharma have just been distractions. It is not big journalism either, even with AI creating profiles for writers so they can steal Gabe's work, and not even the best parts where he is told to take off his shirt, or College Game Day fans finding themselves in the warm embrace of their father-in-law. But the story that Doug broke on his Channel 5 cameo last night, it turns out that Big Flotation is run like a cartel, and you do whatever they say. You don't know how fear until you have woken up with a pair of arm floaties in your bed. It is haunting. So leave Jackie Behar alone. He openly admitted that he had prepared nearly 2.5 hours of material for today's 4-hour show and is doing his best. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Onomatopenis.
Shooter McGavin, Vice President, Onomatopenas.
You're usually prepared
I
when it's...
slowly fell into that trap.
Yeah. And I thought there was one more, Chairman, but did it not make the cut on the filtering?
No, that was it.
Died on the vine.
Okay, I thought it was one from, I think, Ryan's dad.
I think we all know Midge has won this one already. But
Yeah, that's who I'd vote for, Midge.
I'm going to go with mushroom tip.
I got Midge.
Puts me to the test. I'm going to go with mushroom tip. Mushroom tip is one.
Lucas.
I can't let Jackson try to color oh, it's quite obvious that no, it's not. It was Burning Trip Mushroom Tip, who's a legendary emailer, by the way. Great to have him back. He's been gone for like a decade.
You don't like a good toenail story.
I mean, I do. Don't get me wrong. But I thought the better effort was Burning Drip Mushroom Tip.
No.
All right, time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. I am off tomorrow, and I guess Wellington will not be in because he got called into caddy.
Oh, he's going down to Jacksonville?
His guy made it, I think.
He told me about that, that he might have to make a late trip.
All right, we got to go. Bye.